brutality has not stopped. Injustice in Nigeria has not stopped. Everybody waits until their own time. And some people do not have that kind of equity, a kind of background where you're giving all tribes in Nigeria that equity, not even equality. We are Nigerians, so that has given us equality. But they put all Nigerians in that step of equality. Yes. Some people might not smell being the president of Nigeria in all their life of being in Nigeria. So it's only equity that can help us all have that sense of being Nigerians.
Right. So the other issue is Dangote meeting with the federal government to basically thrash out all the issues that he's having with the departments of petroleum services and the NNPC. You have seen the interview that he has had over the past few days. I mean, for someone of that nature, of that magnitude, to be crying about his business, I mean, you wonder what an ordinary man who is down MNA Road, trying to fix one or two things is really crying about.
His Dangote's case is a rumble in the royal house. The rich has also begun to cry. I describe it as some love lost among the people that really handle the affairs of Nigeria. There is so many rumors about water, but I noticed that for Dangote to leave up, the northern part of Nigeria, to go to Lagos, to put up a refinery, state-of-the-art refinery, where he buried so much dollars, and then a Lagos that our president Tinubu, was a former governor and resides there as Omoile.
Amonile.
That's good. Thank you for correcting me. And then, at this point, this isn't happening. We are now. It is just smoke screen. We have not seen what happened. That's all I noticed, that there must be at the point where he lost, some love lost between him and the power that be in Lagos. But it will be sorted out over time. Now, what happens? That is now that Dangote is crying out loud.
But do you think it's between him and the powers that be in Lagos, or between him and some of the powers?
It's beyond, it may be between a power that control Lagos, because power that control anything outside Lagos also control Lagos. So it's an extension. So if that happens, and if I'm your guy and said Charles is coming to your house, when he comes, let him wait at the gate until I come. Or keep him at the gate and delay him. Did I hear you say, yes, sir? That means you also answer to me before you answer to Charles. Meaning you are taking orders from somewhere. And that is the issue. But whatever is happening here, Dangote has thrived over the years on business of monopoly. The Nigerian government has supported him. But at this point, it's just a waste of time, because you saw it coming. The best thing is to allow him a free entry into the market, let him sell, because this oil and gas,
but it's not even a
monopoly. Our bloodline.
It's not even a monopoly,
yes.
because there are other refineries that the government has refused to even fix. And whose fault is it?
Now they are using now, because they've seen where this man is going, and they're now using, there are some statements they make. I think along the line of this program, we're going to bring experts who talk on oil and gas, because before I bite my tongue.
But there's an international angle to it. You could imagine someone who is an international investor watching what's going on. How do you think it would affect the person's input?
He said I was warned not to invest that much in Nigeria.
His friends are laughing at him.
He wept. Now, if we said Dangote wept, so you can imagine people like us what we do. Now, if he can put that, it's actually sad and it's disheartening for him doing this in Nigeria, and he believes that at this point, whatever he's doing, in as much as he was smiling home, he has done business. And it's at that point, after doing this massive investment, that the people are putting clogs at the wheel of his progress. It is not, let's be very frank. If you never wanted him to do that, why not stop it at the beginning?
So, Mr. Maduka, shouldn't this sprout a challenge in the minds or spirit of the government to renovate and, put our refineries, I mean the country's refineries, make it a state of the art as well? This is Dangote, an individual. Instead of fighting him, shouldn't it propel us to put ours in order?
I listened to a Nigerian, call him the common president. He visited that place, and he recorded a viral video that is making around Nigeria, what he saw at the front. And he was saying, what is there? 5 West African countries, he mentioned the names of the countries, put together, cannot bring out money to make such massive investment in the next 20 years. So it's not even about what Nigerians are using to do turnaround. That's one about sleaze, corruption. I call it satanic cultism in the oil and gas and sector. A lot of people do not want this kind of well-established state-of-the-art thing to, because it will expose their inadequacies. It exposes that they have been cheating us. If somebody with what you used to do turnaround maintenance in 5 years, build a state-of-the-art facility that is refining and selling oil and oil product, oil and gas product at cheaper price, and what you import, and you now say the made some statement and you're fighting him and did this, well, all well and good.
I think, Charles, moving forward, we should look forward to inviting Dangote to the program.
Why not?
To speak,
he's speaking.
To speak out and, also help us.
And we also make effort to balance up, to invite the Minister of Petroleum of Nigeria, so you want to balance it too. So don't invite only one, and the spirit of objectivity, so that all 2 of them will come here and tell Nigerians what is happening in that area.
If they would oblige.
The diaspora, the inflow, the money that comes from diaspora is the only lifeline to Nigerians. So we know that. If anything happened to that, so we should, now, if you are organizing protests, please stop threats and killings of security people. They're also Nigerians. Because I have used that proverb, our adage in the program, where I say, if you are a man and you are fond of killing native doctors that prepare protective charms for you, what about those ones who send the negative one? You kill the malevolent native doctors that help you. What of the opposite? Those ones that, what's the opposite of malevolent?
I don't know.
So the security men, we keep killing them, and people are not raising eyebrow. If the what they call it, the mad people take over the street, everybody will stay at home. Thank God for online business, so everyone will trade in. You buy Gary from online, but who will come and deliver it? Because the street would have been taken over by unknown and known gunmen. So the security people, please stop. Let's also protect them. They are Nigerians, and we need them. I have traveled so many times on the road, and the people are saying, too many policemen, I said, let them be there. Give me some confidence that they are, whether they're doing anything or not. But if I see, even if every 5 minutes I see police army, I say, I'm a Nigerian, it reminds me I'm in Nigeria. But if you imagine when you are traveling on the road, you drive for 10 minutes, you didn't see either police or army, better go back home.
No,
something is wrong.
Okay, that means there is insecurity in the land, because beyond Nigeria, you go to other countries, you can drive for 45 kilometers.
Are you overemphasizing it? The insecurity in the land that started over 20 years. If they tell you the number of Nigerians has died out of insecurity, if you know the number, you will cry and mourn for Nigeria. So it's normal. We have come to live with it. So you better manage it. Let the security people fill the roads. Let them search my car 500 times. Let me get to my destination alive. Let's not stop being antagonistic to them. Let's not support people to fight them. We still need them.
Right. Mr. Chris, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your insights. Always appreciated. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you. It's always my pleasure to be here talking about our program. Hoping that the mouths that talk, like this is a signature TV, the mouth that talk is there. Only the ear that listen, we're not sure. So I hope you are there listening to us and take an action. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're back shortly for the next discussion. Stay with us.
A happy birthday to all the celebrants today, and to Cole, I guess, as well. Happy birthday. And to you out there, if today's be your birthday or you know someone whose birthday is today, a very happy birthday to you. Moving on with, there's this rage. Is it rage? No. There's this common trend of Nigeria jabaring, permit the English word, it happens. And everybody just want to escape. We talked about the hardship earlier, and a lot of people feel this is uncomfortable. This country is no longer uncomfortable for them to stay, that they have a greener pasture elsewhere. Well, on that note, we have someone to help us treat the issue, tackle the issue in a better way. Mr. Wilson Uche. He is the CEO of ITOR and also the convener of Aviation Meets or Aviation Career. Mr. Uche, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You look like you want to jabba, or you've jabbed before.
Maybe you are going to explain to me how jabba people look like.
Okay. So on that note, I actually it now brings me to my first question. Can you please explain jabba syndrome?
Anyway, Japa syndrome, or Japa, is a line or a phrase coined by Nigerians when they say this person wants to Japa. That means the person wants to leave that immediate environment, and not just leave. There's a way you live comfortably. But Japa means that you are living forcefully. You didn't just make up your mind, you just have to leave because the situation calls for it.
So when did you discover the first, when did you first notice this trend becoming prevalent in Nigeria?
Actually, the truth about it is that it's been in existence because, of course, Nigerian our economy kept deteriorating. You notice there was a time when parents would have to go to someone an uncle who came back from abroad and say, please, just this our son, one person. Because they believe that if that person leaves, the entire family is saved. So, but then it got to a point. I tell you the truth, there was this time during President Goodluck Jonathan's government, we saw a whole lot of diasporans, people who actually traveled, coming back. Because there was a ray of hope. A whole lot of things kept changing. In short, that time we have a huge investment from the diasporans. In short, at some point we were told that the diaspora contribution rose very high to the extent that it was almost competing with our GDP. Yes.
That's some point. Under Goodluck Jonathan.
Under Goodluck Jonathan. And we saw a lot of, he actually brought in a lot of people from outside, like Nigerians who were doing very well. They came down to this place. You saw the likes of Okonji Wala. We saw the likes of OBS Kwesili. All of them came back. In short, most of the people within his economic cycle, that's the team, were actually people from abroad. And they tried to do things right. But then, immediately after that, there was this switch, and a whole lot started happening.
From what year was this?
This should be from 2015 or thereabout.
Really?
That was, yes. That was
when the switch happened. Like the people coming back.
Immediately, Goodluck Jonathan lost the election.
Yes.
There was just something that happened. It triggered something. Anybody stands to disagree, but that is the truth. And then you see Nigerians, everybody became panicking.
Panic. Okay.
Yes, there was this panic and all of that. And then the economy started changing. It was as if the economy was moving. That time, I think the economic indices was being quoted to a growth of about 5.something%. Even IMF quoted that Nigeria was among the fastest growing economy at that time.
Yeah.
That's under Goodluck Jonathan.
Under Goodluck. I'm only explaining to you. So, but something just happened. And then we saw massive spending, as in spending like you. Of course, before the election, there was this impression that the man who was to come is a man, a no-nonsense man. So, of course, even the ones that even stole under President Goodluck Jonathan's administration, we saw them even bargaining to return their loot. But something just happened that we started seeing the people who were supposed to fight the looting, started looting back the looting, the loot.
But is it only economic reasons that's why Nigerians leave the country? Are there other reasons why they leave the country?
I tell you the truth, if the economy of Nigeria is working very fast, why would anybody want to go to a place where he will be enslaved or even be working? Some of them can't even work as nannies in Nigeria. But when they travel abroad, they go as far as working in the mosques.
Okay, so
Monks.
Yes.
It's a lucrative job to work.
No, what I mean
even
is,
in Nigeria.
what I mean, I'm not saying it to despite or to spite the this thing, but you know things that you
not naturally do.
They're here.
You
But
go
because
there to do it.
they go as far as when they go abroad, if they tell you terrible things Nigerians do to survive.
You mentioned, because if you check our international airport, the influx of people leaving in relativity to the people coming in, the ratio isn't good at all. Now, and you mentioned looting. Are there facts to really check this looting that happened?
Maybe we might not be able to, because there are agencies, government agencies, whose job is to investigate these matters. But of course, whatever we are saying are things that the common man knows about. Let me give you an instance. Why would a lawmaker in recent time in Plateau State buy one of the most expensive cars for the daughter who just graduated from secondary school? Who pays that lawmaker? Is it not our money that they used to pay him? So which other evidence do you need for looting? Because obviously, when you check the amount of money he's being paid and the car, his resources cannot afford it. That is why I feel that at some point, it's a pity that we are taking this route. The fact remains that there was high expectation. The essence of people trying to vote against President Goodluck Jonathan was that there are certain lootings that he didn't really tackle the way he was supposed to tackle. But the economy was moving fine. So everybody felt that Mr. Discipline, Mr. Integrity should come and take over, and then things are going to work better. Yeah. But it became worse. And as if it's a trend. I remember the words of Goodluck Jonathan. He said there's a way he put it, but I am not quoting him verbatim. He said, you will look back and wish that I was still the president. Well. And truly, if I look back and seeing the number of persons who have left this country, I tell you, only in UK, only going to UK, you saw that scandal where a Nigerian came out to say that Nigerians forge dependents to be able to have them come to UK. People were paying as much as 15 million to leave Nigeria. 15 million, we're talking about almost $10,000.
Yeah, I mean, you are also someone who is affiliated to one of the international airlines. That's the Ethiopian Airlines. Everybody knows you to be that individual to go to when you want to fly abroad, especially in ENUGU. But I wanted to find out from you, according to the statistics that you have, is it only about economic japa that is happening? Are there other reasons why Nigerians Japan, and how much of the economic instability in Nigeria is making people leave the country?
All right. One aspect is economic reasons, but again, security reasons. That's another aspect. At some point, we'll notice that people are being kidnapped. Just as in anytime there was one that happened very close to me. I was just driving and I saw people running. And then I parked by the side because, of course, I need to secure myself. And the next thing I saw, a man who was actually bundled into his car, bundled into another car. And the car parked there for a long time before his people came and picked the car.
Where was this?
This thing happened around Achaleout.
In ENUGU?
Inside ENUGU. So the truth about it is that in as much as some of these things are being addressed, by this present administration, because this thing happened around during that election. And of course, I was told that the man was kidnapped. So if these guys can come into the city
during the day,
this happened around between 6 and 7 in the evening. I think he was coming back from work and he wanted to buy something. So he went into the store to buy something, and then they picked him. They came with keke or something like that. They came, pick him, and then put him in another vehicle, and the car was just parked there.
Wow.
So, but that is not even what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that at some point, people's lives were being threatened. We started receiving calls. People would just call you and say, so person, please make transfers and all of that. If not, we are coming for you. It happened. Okay, look at what happened in Ladipo. Of course, we knew that the security agents tackled it. But before they were able to handle that matter in Lagos, they have been able to kidnap people. And people paid as far as 1 billion. Do you know how much? 1 billion just to be out of kidnappers' den. So when such thing happens, what people do, those people who have the means, is to relocate their family.
so just
They relocate their family.
just to express and put so that we don't say it, what are the things that happened in Ladipo?
Of course, the
We
news
may-
is everywhere.
No, we may know, but just for
Yes,
the viewer.
what actually
for someone
happened
who
was
is-
that I was told from the news, we got to know that a special squad there was this trend of kidnappings that happened. I think some people moved, they said they moved from a certain part of the country to Lagos.
Yes.
Yes, to kidnap certain wealthy individuals, especially importers. They will just write to you and tell you, keep our money. We'll come and pick you. And then, as far as they will even fulfill it, on that day they will show up. They were so dreaded. So, but on a particular day, they said the commissioner of police had to set up a TAC team that actually tracked them and monitored them. And even from the news, they also said that someone was planted in their midst who kept giving an informant. So when they came to strike on that particular day, of course, they were caught, shot dead, and then I think one escaped with a bullet wound, and then they caught one alive. And even there's a speculation around it that one of a notable actor and a producer was also among the people who were killed. So you can see the trend growing. And then the other day, you could literally see while you are driving along the expressway, you just see everybody scampering for safety. And then next thing we'll hear is that kidnappers have taken a whole lot of, sometimes 30. And I'm wondering, a complete luxury bus will be evacuated, and then prices they are negotiating. So apart from economic reasons, security reasons, then social influences. Of course, when you look around and you find out that Mama Nkechi's son came back and built upstairs, and then your mother will even be the one telling you, go and do what your mates are doing. So you could see the social pressure. So three things I mentioned. Then another thing is that people also travel. Let's not take it that it's only when people want to japa. Some people would want to travel because they want to further their education. So their career improvement and all of that.
So, taking you from what you just said some people might travel to further their education.
Sure.
And I know in Nigeria there are schools. So is it that we can't further our education here? Why travel out of the country to further your education? Are our schools dead or closed?
Actually, we now see a trend happening. It's quite, the whole thing is happening all around and is affecting all facets of this economy. Be it educational system. Our educational system has gone so low to the extent that people pay their way through. You can imagine someone who is going through an undergraduate course and never showed up in school only the day he's graduating or she is graduating.
And the person is given a certificate?
Of course. A popular content creator came for this and also mentioned it. Say, I never sat for any this thing. And I got my certificate. I paid my way through, whether paying in cash or paying in kind. A female content creator said it. I didn't say it. So the truth about it is that...
Can you mention name?
I wouldn't be able to mention name. But then it is all in the public. Then another thing that also, she actually at some point came back and apologized and said that she didn't mean what she said. But the truth about it is that there is no slip of tongue.
There's no smoke without fire.
You know, there's no stopping this movement of people from one place to another.
And then, sorry, before you say something, now even some lecturers, now before you even after writing their course, would say that if you don't pay the course rep, because they usually use the course rep to do whatever they want to do. If you don't pay, I have intervened in a matter in one of the top schools in ENUGU here, where somebody called me and said that the parents cannot afford such amount of money. And they said that their school is to be accredited. And the student ought to pay about almost 80,000 naira each. And I said, how many are you in that your course? And he said about 150 in that your department. He said about 150. I said 80,000 times 150. Do you know how much it is? They said they want to upgrade the lab because accreditors are coming to their school. Is it the responsibility of students to upgrade the lab? So those are the issues.
Right. I mean, it will not be entirely one form of discussions, especially as it concerns the negative sides of, you know, leaving the country. There may be some positives, because even in the newspapers this morning, we saw that diasporans have remitted within 3 months over $1 billion.
Yeah, sure.
So I was just saying, like, being cheeky about it, like, it means that there are more people suffering in Nigeria if diasporans are remitting that amount of money into the Nigerian coffers, because of course they are sending it to their sisters, their brothers, their sons and their daughters. So I'm just wondering, in the light of that, isn't it that an advantage of some sort? Yes, we would lose, you know, some good guys who are mentally okay when it comes to health, education, and all of those. But wouldn't it be an advantage, you know, sending monies to help the economy of some sort?
I would disagree with you on that, because now when a country starts losing their best brains, because the truth about it is that you see a situation whereby a medical consultant, a doctor to the level of a consultant, decides to leave. In short, at some point we were told that we have a shortfall of medical consultants because most of them have relocated abroad. So when you do that, it's going to impact on our health system, because you are now going to have people who are less experienced to handle certain important matters. You see people dying, and then you see a situation whereby we also saw researchers in our research institute. Most of them they have actually relocated abroad. So if we no longer have an avenue for some people to actually apply what they have learned in school, to research, to see how best we tackle certain issues in our society, especially health-wise. Like we are having the food security shortage. There are people whose job is to figure out what do we do in order to go away from this food security challenge. But the fact remains that some of these good hands have relocated abroad. So when you start having what we call brain drain, the economy begins to suffer in every aspect. Because those people who are supposed to help build and also help train new persons, like the consultants I mentioned, they were supposed to help nurture new set of people who are going to take over from them. When we no longer have it, we now have inadequate supply of manpower in the system.
So, you know, you mentioned brain drain. Can you marry brain drain and national development?
Yes, of course. Whether you like it or not, America thrives in using their best hands.
Well, I thought you were going to say American thrives in draining brain.
No. Of course, what they do is that they go around the world looking for the best brain. There was this story, I can't confirm the story, that I heard. Somebody actually did internet fraud or this thing.
Yahoo.
And then FBI came to look for him. And they picked him, of course. At some point, his family was even also picked.
Yes.
Because they want to know what this guy knows. We need it. At some point, I see government officials saying, if they want to travel, let them travel now. We still have more people. No, nobody does it. I tell you, at some point in India, India has the highest supply of IT experts. Go and check it in the world. In America, top CEOs of blue chip companies, 80% are Indians of Indian origin. They might have become Americans, but you trace it. But this is a deliberate attempt by their government. They decided to upscale the trainings in their IT sector. And today, India feeds the entire world with IT experts. And that one is understood. If government have a policy to train a certain individuals in order to send them abroad and then start making money, because of course when you go abroad you will send them money abroad, but this one is an unfortunate movement, an undecided movement. So you didn't plan it, and then when such thing happen, you can't really tell as much as people are going to remit.
Okay, I want you to jump on this. I will just quote him. A quote by Dangote. He said, import dependency is equivalent to importing poverty and exporting jobs.
Thank you very much. I also heard where one of the government officials said, okay, the plan for us to address this food insecurity issue is to import a certain amount of grains. And of course, we also set up a livestock ministry. And I'm like, excuse me, you can't keep rubbing balm on an open injury. You need to tackle this thing from the roots. What has the agricultural ministry? Because I tell you, there's a plan they are going to put in place and ensure that the farmers have gone back to their farm. Highest within a year. We should have a yield. These things are not rocket science. How long does it take grain to grow in Nigeria? At some point, we also know that at some point we are having the granite pyramid. Corns were everywhere. Yam to a surplus level. But when Agatu was attacked in Benue State, this is where they have the highest cultivation of yam. In short, we saw it in the video where a truckload of yam was burnt down. Don't you think that there is something fishy if they are attacking all the food basket of this country? Somebody is trying to create scarcity. Somehow. And we are not seeing it from that angle. The only thing we are seeing is farmers' herders fight. It doesn't take a rock science to solve it. Before now, there is something they call grazing routes. Why can't they maintain those grazing routes? Or we advance what we are doing and then begin to have ranching as a solution to this.
All right. I mean, this is an interesting conversation. I want us to move over to some solutions now.
Yeah.
Is it solvable? Is it surmountable? Because I really don't know of investment. Not thinking of, putting something down at least, or maybe even building a shop or a house or something. They're thinking, how do I use this money and leave the country? Like I'm wondering if you, for instance, as someone who is a consultant, if you were to advise someone who has 15 million naira between leaving the country and investing in the country, which would you give the person and why?
Actually, let me start with this. At some point in my life, I decided to relocate. I came in, my friends were asking me if you are going up or you are coming down. Of course, I know what I wanted. The truth was that the governor who is interested in tourism came into ENUGU. That's His Excellency Sullivan Chime. And I came back. I felt I have something to give into the society. No matter the fact that I am not going to earn as much as I was earning, the fact is that people are naturally patriotic if you give them reason to be patriotic.
Okay.
There's an adage that says, pat my back, I pat your own. Pat my back, I pat your own. The fact remains that if you show someone how much you care, if you don't show someone how much you care, that person doesn't care how much you have. That is the truth. So we must come to that point where every individual, no matter highly placed or lowly placed in this Nigeria, feels that sense of belonging. Because the issue here is that they only make ministers as a situation whereby they settle some of their cronies. You see the son of the non-senators will not feel any sense of belonging. So they don't owe Nigeria anything because Nigeria never contributed to their well-being.
So if somebody has 50 million naira and comes to meet you, how would you advise them?
The only thing I'm going to tell the person, the truth is that I can encourage the person as much as I can because I'm staying here. I tell you the truth, at some point I also thought about job marrying.
Again.
Yes, because the truth is that when you are no longer appreciated within the environment where you are, what would you do? You go to where you are appreciated. But now, coming to his question, if someone is to, there are several businesses you can go into, but not to forget that there are certain instances that could discourage you. If somebody like Dangote, who has invested up to $1 billion, will say, I regret making that move. Is it the person with 15 million?
It's actually $20 billion.
No, I'm just giving you
Okay.
as much as. So you can imagine when our government has taken so lightly people's contribution, patriotic contribution. I'm not saying that everything he did was fine. I don't know the platform on which he negotiated. But the fact is that there are certain impressions you don't create to the people. I tell you, a whole lot of people lost it when they heard that man complaining. And then having a government agency coming to say that what you are producing in Nigeria is fake. No. There are things you don't say in the public.
So are you now?
So if I am to encourage somebody who has 15 million, I am going to leave that person. Let that person not say that I'm the one that told him. Because if the business fails, the person is going to hold you responsible. I'm going to tell the person my options.
Which are?
The option is to invest in Nigeria, being a patriotic person I am. The second option is if you have a way to japa, you can japa, but don't say I told you. Then the third option is to weigh the two options. Maybe stay outside and be investing back in Nigeria.
No, because you mentioned a lot of things. You talked about insecurity.
Yes.
Which is, if 20 billion is insecure, your 15 million isn't gonna. In fact, when you lose it, I mean, it looks as if it won't even be reckoned with. Meanwhile, it could be all you have, right now. I want to believe you answered the question in some way, but if you are, I know you have more than 50 million, but I'm just saying, would you still invest knowing the amount of insecurity in Nigeria at the moment, speculated insecurity in Nigeria? Would you invest 1 million naira in Nigeria?
Actually, the only angle of investment I see thriving in Nigeria is real estate. People now buy lands. Sorry to say that, but then that is what it is. Why it's like that is because there looks like a trend moving towards acquiring landed property. And because it's growing, and then people in the diaspora are also remitting money. When they are remitting money, they're not saying, Mama, go and chop. They say, invest for me in property. Okay. So when you're able to get the money, and then someone else comes and feels that, of course, there are developmental projects going on, like we are seeing in ENUGU State. You see that the government is trying to open up the hinterlands. So maybe you were opportune to buy land around those areas where such developments are driving to. The rates or the value of such property increases. Because, of course, there are things that will make people start heading to that place. But secondly, I believe that there are consumables. Nigerians, in as much as everything is going very high, people still eat. People still wear clothes. You will not tell me that because the economy is not fine, you won't look as beautiful as you are. So you can as well invest on fast-moving goods. Every day, before I left my house, in order not to embarrass you, I brushed my teeth. Really? I freshened my breath. Yeah. I took my bath. I also had my creams that I had to put on. So all of those things are things that when you want to, but don't forget that we have a government nowadays who has also focused on taxing all taxable. So that can also discourage someone who would want to go into business.
In line with government, what measures do you think the government should employ to be able to address this Japa syndrome? What measures?
I think the government should pay more attention on human capital development. There is something my very great mentor, His Excellency P2B said, he said there are investments you cannot lose, especially that of human capital development. Spend time on building people. I mentioned earlier India. And I tell you, India was able to go out. At some point, we were told that the poverty-stricken community are seen in places like India. You mentioned India, China, and all of Bangladesh. But these countries have left being underdeveloped country. They are now developed country. So what did they do differently? What they did was that they cut wastage. They cut down on wastage. They also ensure that they invest on human capital.
Well, the government of the day will say they are doing it. After all, they are giving conditional cash transfers.
So what is conditional cash transfer to somebody who don't even have the ability to manage funds? When you give to them, let me tell you what they do. They go to spend it, squander it. Why? Because nemo dat quod non habet. Nobody can give what he does not have. You must train and nurture their mind to be able to. Someone who who doesn't have the capacity to handle 1,000 naira, and you are transferring 50,000 to that person. Obviously, the person is going to waste it. So what we are going to do is what Bangladesh did. They created cooperatives. You don't give people money directly. What you do is you give money to a cooperative who have made up their mind how they are going to spend the money. Then put an expert who is going to also monitor the way that disbursement
happens.
So you can imagine where the minister for something humanitarian management or whatever, but the only thing I see in that ministry is a cash out ministry where people transfer all the money that was transferred into private accounts. And then we are talking about 200 and something billion, we are talking about 600 billion, and then we are taking it as a kid glove. This was supposed to go into supporting the small scale industry, small, medium scale industries. So how do you expect such economy? So what we are going to do is to cut down on wastage, and also ensure that anybody that takes what does not belong to him is brought to book.
Okay.
How is that even possible? Because they're the ones who are even
there. It is definitely very impossible, because now when you see, look at what is happening in Kogi. We have a lot of allegations where EFCC wants to arrest somebody, an ex-governor, and is being protected by security agents. And even a governor, his own governor, his stooge, he kept there, came and picked him up. And then nobody has said anything about. Oh.
No, but the truth is, people might say that you're asking me to wash off the oil from my hand, the oil stain, and to shake you. But the same hand you want to shake me with is dirty with crude oil stain. So how does the washing, how does it happen?
Now, the truth about it is that at every given time in our life, change begins with leadership. If you set a good structure for that change to happen, everybody will have no option than to fall in place.
But there are people who would fight against that particular
Of course, it's going to happen, but then stick to it. Let me give you an instance. Late wonderful woman, Dr. Dora Akonyele, said that my sister died of fake drugs. I will not allow any other Nigerian die of fake drugs. This lady fought it. Nobody, because the drug cartel is seen as one of the most powerful cartels you can think of.
They wanted to assassinate her.
Yes, of course, at some point. But this lady fought it even to the last. I'm not going to say much, but see it, a determined heart. At some point, every drug that is sent to Nigeria, you can easily, that was where we can now have scratch this number, where if you buy drug, you verify it.
So, okay, for you, I need you to wrap up, because I can see you have a whole lot.
So much to say.
Can you wrap up your thoughts? Because I was about to ask you the question of if they invest on human power and insecurity is still on the high, how do people gain trust to Nigeria?
Let me tell you the truth.
In Nigeria, rather, I beg your pardon.
the insecurity is not caused from it's not caused by foreigners.
Yes.
They are within us. We know them. If you do your due diligence, let me give you an instance. Last week, I had an encounter with a security agent who slapped me 6 times. I'm still taking up that matter. I didn't fight him. But I give you an instance. When security agents who are supposed to, like we say, police is your friend, for you to be able to get to the root of certain matters, you need to be very close to the people. They give you a certain level of information.
Yes.
But when you have now arrogated certain powers to yourself and become unfriendly, the people who are supposed to give you the information will not give you. They will even risk you.
Sorry, so did you loot ENUGU budget? Why was this?
We will come to that because I am still doing my work.
Okay.
When I'm done with the work, maybe we will have to tell the world what actually, because I think that to a large extent, we must begin to address certain issues. Yes. Now, when I mentioned, you said, how do we address insecurity? In human capital development, let me tell you, when people have a sense of belonging, they no longer see themselves as becoming part of crime. I tell you, there's a level of education you will acquire. You wouldn't see yourself carrying gun. I tell you, or go into crime. Right. But the fact remains that we will keep developing our young people. When our young people are not developed, they sought to go into what we call self-help. And self-help is what lands us into what we see as level of increase in insecurity.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, many thanks for your input, really. I mean, I think we'll just keep discussing about this Japa syndrome because it's something that is here with us and it will not go away anytime soon, even though we wish it does. I want to say a very big thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate your input.
Thank you.
All right, we're back shortly after this short break. We're headed for a very, very important Vox Pop, and it's about Japa syndrome. Stay with us.
First of all, I would like to talk about the government. Like the way the government are ruling us is no, I don't understand. It's not actually right. There's bad government. The cost of living here is high, which you will not blame anybody. If I'm opportune to leave this country, I will leave like without wasting time.
Why?
Yes, because the cost of living is high. Everything, prices of everything keep on increasing, which is not growing the country, and it is improper for everybody. So if the government can like put their head together, balance the cost of living for everybody and like organize this country, I think the range of people living in the country will reduce. For me as a student now, going to some federal universities, there is increase in school fees, which is not proper. Oh. Yes, and for the minimum wages, which is also saying, I pray they should work on that too. Okay. Yes, so you won't blame anybody who is living in this country.
Nigeria is not a good country to be in. That's my honest opinion. Like the cost of living and all is really bad. It's killing people actually. Like some people can't actually like even to get like 3 square meals, people can't actually get it. And we as students, we're not enjoying, we're suffering. You know these things where they say students are in a better position. We're not enjoying at all. Like we are suffering like increase of school fees. Sometimes we don't even tell our parents, like we that's why we have to like side hustles to do to also get money to finish up, because like the price of school fees and things are increasing and they keep on billing us and all. So Nigeria is really not a good country to be in. If I had an opportunity, I will leave with immediate effect, start even wasting time. I feel studying abroad, like there's more of practicals than in Nigeria, and you know really, okay, I would say like to go there, like it's actually like it costs you a fortune, but once you're there, I don't think you can actually like regret it in any way. So I feel studying abroad is better than studying in Nigeria.
So many things are hard, You know, the way things are going now in this country, even if I see chance now, I will run away. Oh. I run to another country. Oh, serious. Because since our money has no value anymore. When you go to America, when you bring their dollars, you will see that our money is just like our 100 naira now cannot even buy small fufu that will feed this my baby self. So talk more of. So that's why people are running away because of hardship.
People travel to abroad due to our back country. It's not that thing. So if you say government still they do this country normal as it's supposed to do. So people cannot travel to leave our whole country, travel to another place. If I share opportunity for as I stand here, I will leave. But I youth now, I don't get joy. I don't get joy for government.
Wow, a lot is happening in this country, especially from the last regime till now. Okay, they have a lot of crash. Something like food, cost of living. Okay, cost of living is bad. It's going higher every blessed day. Okay, then foodstuffs. Okay, and in short, we have bad economy. We have bad economy in this country right now. Things change upside down. Okay, instead of coming down, it's going higher every day. My dear, I'm leaving today. If I have the opportunity, I'll just call my children that I'm moving out. Because what we are seeing every blessed day is too bad.
Nigerians are leaving Nigeria because of hardship that the country is suffering today. And that is why everybody is finding a way to leave the country.
Okay, because of the situation of the country, I think individuals are looking for greener pastures outside the country. So, and the government is not helping matters at all in this country. So, anyone that has the opportunity to go outside to, earn more for a living, will grab the opportunity.
This is still Signature Morning on Signature TV, and we've had a looming problem. It's been terrible. We heard it, voices on the street. I heard the woman who complained that 100 naira fufu, that's apu, can't feed her baby that she was back in. It's really a problem. And I guess some of them said if they had an opportunity to leave, Charles, they were going to leave immediately without even getting to their house to pack up.
In fact, according to statistics, out of 10 Nigerians, 8 persons that you ask questions about leaving the country would actually want to leave, So we're going to talk about even this further. Let's bring in our guests. Mr. Ame Madaki is an oil and gas expert. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Nigerian oil and gas sector is one that has continually been in the front burner in terms of the discourse as relates to what we've been facing since 1960. In the light of what is going on right now, especially as it concerns Dangote's refinery coming on board, at least we can say that in the next few days, the very first oil from that particular refinery will be out. He mentioned between August 8th and 12th. I'm just wondering, what do you think is going on right now?
Well, thank you very much. The Nigerian oil and gas sector has been a very intriguing business for quite some time, and because most Nigerians don't really know what's going on in that sector. Those who are put in charge of running the affairs of the sector, have been digging in and making the sector more and more opaque by the day. And that's why, even though Nigeria has a lot of oil and gas resources, the country has actually not taken the benefit of that resource over the years. And it's very unfortunate, because in the same crude oil and gas that other countries that we reference, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the countries in the Middle East, even Russia, all of the oil and gas producing countries appear to be doing well apart from Nigeria. And it's so difficult to understand how anybody can run an oil and gas industry at a loss. But NNPC has consistently posted losses. So you'll be wondering where the money is going to. As the country posts losses in the oil and gas sector, the individuals who are operating the industry are getting richer and richer and buying private planes. So it must be that the government is not making money, or rather that whatever money is made from the industry goes into private pockets rather than go into the coffers of the government. And nobody seems to understand, what's going on. So to narrow it down specifically to your question on the Dangote refinery, yes, it was great to have a Dangote refinery, 650,000 barrels a day, single train refinery, the largest single train refinery in the world, located in Nigeria. But I think that there was a challenge right from the beginning. At the inception of that project, the key thing that should have bothered the owners of the project, the Dangote conglomerate, should have been where they will get the feedstock, of the crude oil from to refine. Because, Nigeria's production has continuously been going down, all manner of excuses, crude oil theft, failing equipment, aging pipelines and all that. But in the midst of all that, we have a potential to produce up to 4 million barrels a day, but we are barely producing 1.2 million barrels a day, out of which the international oil companies that are in joint venture with the federal government are entitled to, on the average, about 50% of that production. So if you take 600,000 barrels, which is equity crude for the IOCs, out of it, then the other 50% is what it becomes available as Nigeria's own share of the equity crude. And so out of that 600,000 barrels, there has been a lot of forward sales, because we keep borrowing money on and on and on. We don't know what we do with the money. But every single time they keep borrowing money on oil production. So, as it is right now, the country doesn't even have any crude oil to sell to anybody because they have sold most of it upfront and collected the money, on business terms that are very laughable. How people could put their signatures to such agreements which sold off Nigeria's crude upfront, and collected peanuts for it, and they'll be still paying, and they'll keep paying for it, on and on and on. We collected $3 billion, from Afro-Exim Bank, to pay back $12 billion over a period of time. Nobody borrows money on those kind of terms. But again, so now there's no crude to give to, to supply to Dangote, and everybody is crying. You can't ask the international oil companies to seed their own equity crude and give it to Dangote, because that's equity crude that they have already worked for, and it's part of what they are entitled to take because they are in a joint venture with the government. So what I would have expected Dangote to do upfront was to think of where the crude was going to come from and not make a big issue out of it, as he's trying to do at the moment.
So you're saying he's making a big issue out of it. This is nothing to do with the government trying to frustrate him.
No, definitely not. It was poor planning on his part from the beginning. If I was going to set up a 650,000 barrels a day refinery, I would definitely worry more about where the feedstock will come from. And it was very easy for him. If the refinery is worth the $20 billion he claims that it is, it should have been easy for him to spend a small fraction of that acquiring oil fields that would then produce the crude that he would refine. Just imagine, just to give you an example, Shell, with all its footprint across the Niger Delta, is selling all of its onshore and shallow offshore assets. The best bid they have gotten for it, from Renaissance is $1.4 billion US. If Dangote is setting up a $20 billion refinery, it should have been easy for Dangote to make a bid for the Shell onshore and shallow offshore assets, which, if they took entire control of it, would have been more than enough if they ramp up production to be able to supply, the feedstock needed to keep his refinery working 24/7. So all of this noise about we can't get crude, they're trying to sabotage us, we're the first to set up a refinery, even though many people were licensed. All those are monopolistic conversations. In the real world of business, it is dog eat dog, shark eat shark. You get the point? So if you want to make money, you have to keep your eye on where the profit is going to come from. Not expecting somebody to throw a feeding bottle at you and you'll be sucking at it all the time, just to make money, to make easy money. I think that this is the first time Dangote is about to make hard money by working for it. Okay. So instead of crying like a baby, he should just sit up and do what is right, by, debottlenecking all the challenges around his business. And now I think it's too late, because the investment is already on ground. And I think that whoever put the business plan in place from the beginning without clearly identifying where the feedstock, for the refinery will come from in a seamless manner, honestly ought to be called back to question.
Okay.
And whatever consultancy
Chief Madaki
should be responded.
Chief Madaki, I hear you, but we also, so you're saying it's not as a result of bad blood from the government. So what do you think effects on existing local refineries and small players? What do you think the effect of what Dangote refinery brings to these people?
Well, yeah, generally, as they say, when something is happening to your neighbor, you should learn your lesson. So what you're saying, in fact, is that people like Bua and the other modular refineries that are about to come up will now be a bit wary and saying, well, if it's happening to Dangote the giant, who are we? I don't think it's going to operate exactly that way, because everybody has his own unique business plan. To start with, I think the location of Dangote refinery was wrong from the beginning. You can't, there's hardly any oil production going on in Lagos. And then you go and locate such a massive refinery in faraway Lagos, where you have to be worrying about the logistics of trucking, or piping or barging crude oil, the crude to the place. You get the point? It would have been better located in the Niger Delta, but I can understand his reputation at that time. Maybe because of the instability in the Niger Delta and the fact that, things can erupt rather quickly. He wanted a safe haven where he could put his investment with the least risks. But these things don't work that way. You know what I mean? There's no way, even in Palestine, with all the bombs dropping, I'm sure people are still investing there. You have to just make your investment analysis properly, and then and position your business, in a place where you can get the maximum advantage. I really don't think it will dampen the result of other people who want to invest in the refinery business. Refining is good; it's an international business, and again, if you have a refinery, you should be able to buy crude from anywhere. So all this talk about we are now importing crude oil from other countries is not a big deal, provided the price at which it lands in the refinery makes sense and they can refine profitably. The business is still a lucrative business. And I think that what ought to happen, is a situation where the government regulator, that is the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, should put their feet down and properly regulate that industry. I think it was grossly irresponsible for Dangote and his Indian managing director to make the sort of blatant allegations they made against the regulator.
How so?
They are subject to. You don't open your mouth and say that the regulator is licensing marketers to bring in adulterated diesel and other products without being able to prove it. Now they're on the hot spot, and everybody has turned the heat on them. It was a very anti-competitive comment. It was a comment that was completely unnecessary at the time it was made, and it could have actually led to a conflagration in the country and some complicated lawsuits, class lawsuits. Because the citizen can actually go to court relying on that comment to say that the government deliberately wants to kill them, by spreading cancer. And those kind of cases will succeed, because nobody knows what the impact will be 10, 20, 30 years from now. If carcinogenic petroleum products are imported with the active collusion of a government regulator, that's the extent of the severity of that allegation. And I think that, I've said it in a few fora that, in a country where the laws operate properly, that managing director should have been on the plane going outside of the country.
Okay.
That's the point.
So, Chief Madaki, I hear you're saying that Dangote calculated $20 billion and, didn't plan well. Now, what's the impact of Dangote's operation on fuel subsidy program?
Well, I don't think there's any fuel subsidy in this country. It's a scam. We cannot say we are subsidizing anything right now. That money is entering people's private pockets. And I will tell you why. The cost of production of a barrel of crude is so far different from the cost, the market price of crude. If you are an oil-producing country as we are, we have no business indexing the price of our products at the pump on the international price of crude. It's just like saying that somebody who is farming yams in Nigeria will be pricing the yam he gives to his wife to cook for his family on the strength of the price of yam in New York or in London. If you do that, you will not be able to feed your family. So what we should be doing is that the portion of crude oil that is used for local consumption should be priced at the cost at the wellhead. And no matter how inefficiently we produce crude, and we are very inefficient here, I can assure you, but no matter how inefficiently we produce crude, the cost at the pump, at the wellhead should not be more than $10. No matter how hard we try to pad the price. You get the point? So we produce at $10, the market is prepared to pay close to $100, sometimes more than $100 for the same product. It's supposed to be an upside. But Nigeria is the only country where when the price of crude oil goes up, everybody starts crying that the price of the product at the pump will also go up in tandem. Why should it be so when we produce the crude here? It's just like we produce crude water. And then, because the process of producing crude oil and crude water is actually the same. It's the same drilling down, and then you reach the aquifer for water. You know that the crude oil is a bit deeper underground, than where you reach, for water. You get the point. So why would somebody who is bringing water out from his borehole, be pricing it at the international price for water, if there is such a price? So it's very shameful economics, and I can't even understand why we allow this kind of economics to happen. You get the point? In a country where people are supposed to be educated.
Right.
And annoyingly, the president goes and reappoints the entire board of NNPC recently. As if, yes, you guys are doing a fantastic job. Doing a fantastic job in a country where they were posting losses on a daily basis, when other countries are taking advantage of the increasing price of crude oil, and then we're not making any money and we're borrowing. In another short, period, this country will be defaulting on loans because what we earn is far less than what we are using to service our debt. So how are we going to survive as a country going forward? As everybody's running away.
All right.
All young people want to leave the country right now. And I think it's very shameful, actually.
Yeah, Mr. Madaki, I really want to ask you this because a whole lot of talk about Dangote Refinery bringing some sanity into the system. Do you think that Dangote's refineries would, in one way than one, make the government become serious about the 4 refineries that is under its coffers?
Well, for too long, those refineries have either been refurbished or are in the process of being refurbished. Every minister of petroleum that comes, sets a new target for when the refineries will work. We have been rolling around the politics of getting the refinery to function, as if refining crude oil is rocket science. I find it extremely shameful that for so many years we are still talking around whether those 4 refineries, 2 in Port Harcourt, 1 in Warri, and 1 in Kaduna will ever function. As far as I'm concerned, from a technology perspective, we are probably better off scrapping those refineries and building new ones. Because they have never functioned. They are always being turned around, and only to be turned around again. You get the point? Yes, it was good that Dangote put in place a 650,000 barrels a day refinery, and it's functioning. But the impact of Dangote's products on the Nigerian market is yet to be felt properly. For many reasons. First of all, one of the advantages of setting up a refinery is actually the employment generation that is supposed to come from the setting up of such a massive project. But you and I know that most of the people who work in Dangote Refinery are Indians. Maybe because the managing director of the company is an Indian, and he brought a lot of his own people to come and work. I'm aware, from figures that have been made available, that up to 11,000 Indians are working in Dangote Refinery. But the Nigerians that are working there are just about 4,000 or 5,000 people. If you even add the casual hands, that's not right. Because at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, these 4 refineries, Kaduna and 1 in Warri, have a lot of staff who already understand the refining process. Why wouldn't Dangote employ a lot of those people who are redundant right now and are just earning salaries? That is for those who have not been fired, are earning salaries for doing nothing. They should have just moved them there, giving them the best possible training, and then transfer technology in a way that our people will then even hone in their skills even more, and then train more of the young chemical engineers, petroleum engineers who are around now cannot even find any job in the industry, because most of the IOCs are quitting and downsizing or divesting completely. These are the kind of multiplier effects one would have expected to see from a Dangote refinery, but I'm not seeing it. And nobody, if any other person is seeing it, by all means, I want to see, I want to be told. I heard, that part of the reason why they employ so many Indians is that, they say that Nigerians are not reliable and they are not serious at the place of work and they are not honest. But that's very shameful. I hope that didn't come as an official comment from from Dangote as a company, because that would be totally laughable. I don't see how anybody should run down his own countrymen just because he wants to prove a point. I don't think Indians are more honest than Nigerians any day. So yes, it's good to see the local content part of the project. It's good to also see, whether there will be multiplier effects in the Nigerian economy from the Dangote refinery. But honestly, from the way I see it right now, the impact will be extremely minimal. We are still importing, PMS, and Dangote has been producing PMS. It's just that he has not put it on the Nigerian market. And I don't think that's fair. You get the point?
Right.
Because, you know,
Let's talk about modular refineries.
sorry?
Let's talk about modular refineries, the ones that we know that BUA is getting into, and some other persons are also looking to invest in that direction. Now Dangote's refinery is going to be on board pretty soon, especially now that we know that there are meetings to tick the I's and dot the T's. I'm just thinking, if we have more refineries, more modular refineries, do you think it will solve the problem of at least bringing the prices of the fuel down?
No, I don't think so. Because first of all, they will still have problem of feedstock. There's no crude. So unless they deal with the issue of crude supply, the challenge will still be there. You build a refinery and you do not have the crude oil to refine, then you have a problem. Many of them do not have the muscle required to import crude from other countries because the logistics are a bit complicated. So yes, it's good to have refineries. For instance, a country like Singapore does not produce a single barrel of crude oil, but they have over 50 refineries in Singapore. Wow. But they have also been able to deal with the issue of the supply of products. They buy cheap from us, from countries like Nigeria and other countries. You buy crude oil cheap, and then you refine, and then you make several times the money that you spent on the crude. But those are countries where they got the economics of their production properly. You get the point? And that the government is regulating and doing what is effective, at that policy formulation level. But in Nigeria, anything goes. There are no consequences for poor performance or complete lack of performance. Everybody is just gallivanting from point to point, and then we don't see anything. And nobody gets punished for even defrauding the country, from decisions they took, from out of which the country lost money.
Okay, I want to ask you, sir. Hello, sir. So I would like to ask you, Madaki, implications of a broader future of Nigeria's oil and gas industry. What are the implications on a broader horizon?
Well, I think that the industry will right size. With the IOCs exiting, there will be more of local content, Nigerian content, because most of the people who are behind the consortia, bidding for the stakes of the IOCs, like the Shell, the Total Energies of this world, the people who are exiting, most of them are people who already acquired skills in running the industry from the IOCs. So I see a future that is bright. I see a future that is now going to be more realistic and with better regulation. And in fact, with NNPC being removed completely from perceiving itself as a regulator rather than an operator, we are going to get to a point where the industry should become profitable. But to be able to do that, we have to have a government that knows exactly what is going on. Right now, the industry is being run by politicians. You get the point? Who are not technocrats in this area and who do not really understand the nitty-gritty. It's one thing to be a minister of petroleum, but it's quite another to know what's going on in the industry. And quite frankly, if you look at the constitution of that industry in terms of management right now, you do not have the sort of quality knowledge that is required to drive change.
So what do you advise? What do you advise? What's your advice?
Yeah, what I advise is that, I think the president has worked in an oil and gas company before, Mobil. So I expect that he should translate that, whatever experience he gained from there, into the way the industry, into taking more interest in the way the industry is run. Incidentally, he's on record, the Minister of Petroleum, but we haven't seen anything that he has done in that regard. We haven't seen the benefit of his experience having worked in Mobil, in the way the industry is managed right now. So if we see a more structured approach towards the running of the industry, putting square pegs in square holes, and ensuring that those who have the right skills, and there are many of them in the country, are the ones actually running the industry, then we'll begin to see some benefit. Otherwise, we may as well start thinking more of making money from agriculture, from solid minerals and so on, because I actually think that the emphasis on crude oil, and gas is misplaced. You know, because we're not making money from there. The industry is a loss-making industry right now to the country. You know, and NNPC has been posting losses consistently for years. So why would you keep, you know, such a behemoth when you actually disintegrate it, you know, and let everybody, you know, go their different ways, you know, and then you know that you don't have, you know, a business. But right now, that business is just a facade. There's no money being made from it, and it's totally shameful. So,
all right, sir.
you know, the outlook, you know, the outlook will brighten when the government takes more charge of the way, you know, the industry is run. But I think because the government borrows money and there's easy money to spend, you know, they're not really trying to sweat the assets and ensure that what we have produces for us what it should produce. I think that's why we are still where we are today.
Wow. Mr. Ahmed Madaki, many thanks for your input today. We truly, really appreciate your input, even though for me, most of it were bleak reality of our oil and gas sector. Many thanks, sir.
Yeah, we don't have a choice. You know, we have to say it. You know, there's no point sugarcoating this thing, you know, and creating the impression that all is well when we all know that all is not well. You know, so thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. And I wish Signature TV the very best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Phenomenal. Thank you.
Thank you. We're back shortly after this break. Do stay with us.
First of all, I would like to talk about the government. Like the way the government are ruling us is not, I don't understand. It's not actually right. There is bad government. The cost of living here is high, which you will not blame anybody. If I'm opportune to leave this country, I will leave like without wasting time. Yes, because the cost of living is high. Everything, prices of everything keep on increasing, which is not growing the country, and which is improper for everybody. So if the government can like put their head together, balance the cost of living for everybody, and like organize this country, I think the range of people living in the country will reduce. For me as a student now, going to some federal universities, there is increase in school fees, which is not proper. Oh. Yes, and for the minimum wages, which they are also saying, I pray they should work on that too. Okay. Yes, so you won't blame anybody who is living in this country.
Nigeria is not a good country to be in. That's my honest opinion. Like the cost of living and all is really bad. It's killing people actually. Like some people can't actually like even to get like 3 square meals, people can't actually get it. And we as students, we're not enjoying, we're suffering. Leave all these things that they say students are in a better position. We're not enjoying at all. Like we are suffering like increase of school fees. Sometimes we don't even tell our parents. Like we that's why we have to like side hustles to do to also get money to finish up, because like the price of school fees and things are increasing, and they keep on billing us and all. So Nigeria is really not a good country to be in. If I had an opportunity, I will leave with immediate effects, not even wasting time. I feel studying abroad, like there's more of practicals than in Nigeria, and you don't really, okay, I would say like to go there, like actually like it costs you a fortune, but once you're there, I don't think you can actually like regret it in any way. So I feel studying abroad is better than studying in Nigeria.
So many things are hard. You know, the way things are going now in this country, even if I see chance now, I will run away. I run to another country, serious. Because things, our money has no value anymore. When you go to America, when you bring their dollars, you will see that our money is just like our 100 naira. Now cannot even buy small fufu that will feed this my baby self. So talk more of. So that's why people are running away because of hardship.
People travel to abroad to our back country. It's not that thing. So if you say government still they do this country normal as it's supposed to do. So people cannot travel to leave our whole country, travel to another place. If I see opportunity for as I stand here, I will leave. But as I youth now, I don't get joy. I don't get joy for government.
Wow, a lot is happening in this country, especially from the last regime till now. Okay, they have a lot of crash, something like food, cost of living. Okay, cost of living is bad. It's going higher every blessed day. Okay, then foodstuffs. Okay, and in short, we have bad economy. We have bad economy in this country right now. Things change upside down. Okay, instead of coming down, it's going higher every day. My dear, I'm leaving today. If I have the opportunity, I'll just call my children that I'm moving out to. Because what we are seeing every blessed day is too bad.
Nigerians are leaving Nigeria because of hardship that the country is suffering today. And that is why everybody is finding a way to leave the country.
Okay, because of the situation of the country, I think individuals are looking for greener pastures outside the country. So, and the government is not helping matters at all in this country. So, anyone that has the opportunity to go outside to, earn more for a living will grab the opportunity.
My name is Joshua Rizoma, and this is the Internet Watch. Less than 42 hours of Joe Biden dropping out of the presidential election, Kamala Harris is calling out Trump on his true colors. Well, I thought Trump was white though, but what do I know? Kamala Harris, in her capacity as vice president and former prosecutor, addressed her experience in prosecuting various types of offenders. She highlighted her efforts against predators who abused women, fraudsters who defrauded consumers, and cheaters who broke rules for personal gain. Harris drew a parallel between these offenders and Donald Trump, indicating a familiarity with his type. This statement was made during a campaign event, suggesting a strategic positioning of her legal background against Trump's character as part of her campaign strategy. I'm not going to talk about Harris because there are some things I've been reading online that I'm just going to not go there. Interesting time to be alive, yeah? All the Gen Z watching me now who understand what's going on. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Forgive my laughs. That's on the lighter note, but comments on this topic were not light. Let's read them together. So I have jumped back to reality saying Trump will be prosecuted by November 5th and convicted by a jury of his peers of American voters. Next, I have what a breath of fresh air we've been needing for a long time. Oh, really? So, okay, I'm sure this is a Harris supporter after the statement she made during the campaign. Trump is freaking out right now. He's no longer running for re-election. He's running to stay out of prison because, you know, Harris will lock Trump up. We don't know that yet. You're speculating. Charlie is saying Trump is outclassed and outwitted. When it comes to Kamala Harris, he will never debate her. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's not like I'm supporting Trump or I'm supporting Harris. I'm just saying that don't worry. When the time comes and we see it, if it doesn't happen, then we know. Kamala is going to crush Trump. Okay, in your words, not mine. Angie is saying, didn't she jail thousands of black men for weed for life? A question mark there. That was a question mark. So I'm going to go to the next interesting thing. Of course, if you've been on Twitter, if you've been on IG, you've been seeing our dearly beloved Aliko Dangote, who has been trending for the past few days. And this is just another reason why he has been trending. So Aliko Dangote, a prominent Nigerian businessman, has recently voiced his concern regarding the Nigerian oil and gas sector. He accused some personnel from the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, the NNPC, and oil traders of setting up a blending plant in Malta, where they allegedly import low-quality products with fake certificates. Dangote expressed his readiness to confront these issues head-on, despite the challenges. This situation has sparked a wide range of reactions on social media, with many expressing surprise as Dangote outspokeness and speculating on the potential implications for Nigerians' business environment. Dangote, they say, has become a reporter and a journalist. Like they drop podcasts on a daily now. Reactions from various parts of the country will leave you amazed. I'm going to go to the comment section right now. And first on our comment, I have Adenika. He's saying, I have never heard or seen Dangote talk this much. Something is really wrong. Like if you know Dangote, you will know, of course, that this man does not even know how to talk that much. It's stressful for him. Chief is saying, waiting una really do Dangote way just they explain up and down. Because this guy has released back to back. Them say the way Dangote they complain, they do podcast, go so invite them. Like come and express yourself. Just come and do some 30-minute podcast. Dangote has the money to fight federal government, but he will not. Federal government have the power to make life miserable for 4 to 8 years of Dangote's life, but they will also not. My prayer, my hope, my desire. Everyone should just think Nigeria first, where we are praying that they do. Honestly, we are praying that they do. Did Dangote record the whole press conference and he's just releasing it track by track every day? I mean, every day my guy, they enter studio, go whale. I'm concerned. Dangote, we're really concerned about you. What's going on? Dangote might be fighting for us all indirectly. Let's support him. You know, let's support him. I'm going to support him. Am I going to support him? Are you going to support him? I don't know. I don't know. But we're praying for you, Dangote. Our prayers and hearts are for you. And lastly, on today's episode, before you travel using any aircrafts, you know how to check your, you know how you check your car tires, ba? How you check and make sure that everything is there. Biko, Ejo, Dan and La. Check your aeroplane tires. Check it. Go close to it before you take off. Hit the leg of the tire. Use it to use it very well. So the Max aircraft carrying 119 passengers and 6 crew members was cleared for takeoff before its first rear gear tires burst, while the remaining 2 also went the way of the initial one while attempting to taxi off the aircraft from the runway. Honestly, scary times. I know you've seen this, but I just had to bring it up. Let me take it to the comment section. Just sharp before I leave here this morning. Comment section, please. And on the comment, I have Mr. Chukudi saying, Omo, Nigeria go want you, but no fear, no lose guard. AKA saying, the Fed should have a board that inspects all these flights before takeoff. The last time was Dana Air crashing during takeoff. Is it until they crash and lose lives before they do the right thing? Like, why? Why is this still happening? On today's episode of Things You Only See in Nigeria, how is this even possible? Not 1, but 4 tires. Where did you guys buy the tire from, Biko? Nei is saying, I won't even be surprised if the agency in charge of checking the conditions of the airplanes are already compromised. Desmond is saying, which country is this, my brother? Is your country? Is Nigeria. The country that you and I both reside in. The one that has been having basketballs. And lastly, on my comment section, I have, who is going to jack the plane? You know, when your car tire don't burst and you guys jack it, you have to jack it, like, push it up. Well, better check the tire out to be sure. I'm just saying, because I care about you. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. My name still remains Joshua Oritogun, and today is Tuesday already. But then, come close. Stay jiggy.
It's going to be sunny in Lagos, Owerri, Kano, Sokoto, yes, as well, Maiduguri and Kaduna. It's going to be sunny and a little bit of rain, expecting it today, Tuesday, the 23rd of July, 2024. And moving on, we're trying to, in a bid to solve some of Nigeria's problem. What is the best way to solve Nigerian issues? What is the best way? Is it protest or dialogue? And one would think, one would actually say it is puerile for government to blame anybody, to transfer blame on whoever wants to organize protest, because these are what people, individuals are feeling. With us to expatiate and throw better light on this issue is Barrister Victor Giwa. He is a legal practitioner, and we hope at the end of this we will know which is the best way to solve Nigeria's problem. Protest it's been a call that we've been having for a long time now. There was the case of NSAS in 2020, and some people might say, what did it achieve? Some might disagree and say, of course, our voices were heard. In some way. There was also a protest in Kenya, and places like Argentina also witnessed protests because of hardship and bad governance. Moving forward, we're trying to, as Nigerians, trying to know what is the best way to achieve, to solve our problems. What is we've been dialoguing, we've been talking. What is the best way, Charles?
Yeah, speaking of best ways, I really don't know if there are actually best ways for things to go. If you ask my opinion, I just feel that more than just talking about best way, allow people to vent if they want to vent. Something that's as easy or as little as even putting out a tweet or putting out a message, calling for some sort of right ways to do things. I think it's also a protest. You mustn't necessarily go out to show yourself on the streets and maybe take placards around town or even destroy properties, because again, some persons just feel that protests for you the country's properties or even constitute nuisance on the streets. I mean, putting out messages on Twitter, Facebook, whatever message or whatever platform that you use, stating that you are really dissatisfied about what's going on in the country is also a measure of, protesting. And then talking about dialogue, I mean, you can't say maybe dialogue is better than protest. Sometimes protest can lead to dialogue. Sometimes also dialogues can also lead to protest. So it's like, okay, now that the government isn't listening to how hungry Nigerians are, some of them are saying, you know what, let's just, get on the streets and then make a statement and say, look, government, you have to listen to what we're saying. There are actually the list of things that protesters have said that the government should meet for things to go back to normal.
Charles, well, I think it's the word protest has been misinterpreted. Protest means to make a firm, objection, to just say, I don't agree to this. It's not distraction. It's another angle people just choose to, it's not even an angle, it's just what people employ. And sometimes they could be tagged as saboteurs, to the effect, to the cause of the protest. Because if you ask me, an Axe dictionary is to make a strong objection. I don't like the way you're doing things. I didn't like the way you served me food. I didn't like the way I cooked for you. Just affirming that whatever it is this person is about isn't what you think you're supposed to get, So protest is just like what we have in the government, in legislative house, where there is the ayes have it. If you're in support, say aye or say nay, But most of the time, it's being hijacked and people misinterpret it.
Yeah, I mean, protest in itself is a legitimate way of calling the attention of government to issues, and it's not necessarily rights. Government. Yes. It could be anybody at all. It could be maybe in school, even at home. There are protests. Kids protest against the kinds of food that they eat.
Yes.
I mean, they want to eat a certain food, and the parents are saying, you know what, this is the kind of food that's that is available. So it's in our constitution that you can protest. I mean, it is allowed for you to protest, but where it becomes a problem is when it dovetails into something else, when it becomes violent, when it becomes destructive. Even though some people would argue that the people who cause the destructiveness are those who want to do a counter-protest. Remember the NSAS. There are people who were out and supporting police, in that manner. So you want to be careful in the way and manner you go about the protest in case you are looking to protest. So whether it's dialogue or protest, one somewhat leads to the other. If you don't protest, there won't be a call for dialogue. And if you do not talk about some of these issues and you don't agree on the table of discussion, then people will head onto the street to, reiterate their mindset about how dissatisfied they are with the policies and programs of government. I mean, it's been more than a year since this government took over office. And by now, some persons would say that we're supposed to be seeing some signs of good things to come. But it does seem like we're going backwards. I mean, some persons in their life would say that they would not want a government that is just like the last administration, where people also suffered in terms of, prices of goods and services. But right now, some people are saying, I mean, it looks like Buhari's government is even better than what we're having now, because they could purchase Gari for at least 1,000 naira. I'm talking about a pinta of Gari for 1,000 naira. They could even purchase a pinta of beans for at least, 2,500. But right now, those things are triple. A pinta of Gari right now is over 3,000 naira. A pinta of beans right now is over 6,000 naira. I'm saying this because I know. I also go to the market. So you can imagine that double price speak, as it relates to the last administration. So you wonder.
I actually learned yesterday that pigeon peas, that's the one we call fio in the eastern part, or abubu by some people, is 12,000 naira.
It is.
As of last year, it was, what's it called? A pint of beans was 2,000, 3,000. You could, but now you can't even 9,000 to be able to purchase just a pint and not a bag. Last year I wanted to get some for I wanted to get a bag, and it was 60 something, But now, what you hear, you think
it's
twice. That you're like,
it's mind blowing.
It is. So, government, I think our disposition towards the word protest. You know, when people actually feel you're not going to fight them for their right, I think they would have a way to caution, they will have a way to go about it the right way. But when they feel, oh, as I'm protesting, they're about to attack me, they also prepare for your attack, like a counter attack. You know.
Yeah, I hope that this protest is not in any way influenced by what's happening in Kenya. Kenya's protest is, totally different from what we're facing in, Nigeria. The protests in Kenya is about the so-called financial bill that was imposed by IMF on Kenya, and Kenyan government thought to transfer this amount to the people. And given that they'll be paying more for some services that they shouldn't be paying for, they went on the street. And I thought that the government reacted so late, so much so that we had over 30 persons passing on because of that protest. If they had acted quickly, at least they would have said, okay, fine, this government is listening, and they would want to, in some way or another, listen to the government. But right now, it looks like it is too late to call, and every single day, the people in Kenya, the Gen Zs in Kenya, are actually on the streets doing crazy stuff.
We have Barrister Victor Giwa to do this, help do justice to this with us. Barrister Giwa, good morning. Good morning. Can you hear us?
Yes, okay. I can.
So this issue of people are complaining of bad governance and so many other issues that have trickled out from it. So the best way, what do you think is the best way to solve Nigeria's problem?
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, Nigerians. Well, your question is very clear. What is the best way to solve Nigerians' problems? For a government that listens is dialogue. For a government that is sensitive is dialogue. For a government that is proactive is dialogue. For a government that connects with the people, it is dialogue. But for a government that is insensitive to the people, a government that seems to be disconnected from the people, a government that is full of bureaucracy, the proper way to draw the attention of government to the yearnings and the issues concerning the people is through protest. So in Nigeria right now, protest is one of the viable tools to push the government to listen. And of course, we understand that just with the incident that just happened some few days ago. The NLC and the government just agreed at a 770,000 naira as what they call minimum wage for the workers. This is after about 1 to 2 days protest and a long period of engagement with government and threat of even more protests. So from what we have seen so far, government, especially governments in African governments, they seem to be a bit far from the people. They seem to be disconnected from the people. They seem to have gotten a barricade. If they get into government, they barricade themselves against the people. They put a shell. They insulate themselves from the people such that they no longer listen to the people or they no longer hear from the people. So they do what they want to do. They do what they feel they should do. They do what they think they should do without understanding the fact that your government, especially democracy, is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So they think about democracy when they want to get to power. When they want to get to power, when they are vying for offices, when they are going for election, they quote Abraham Lincoln. Oh, democracy is the government of the people by the people. Oh, the people are the paramount. The people are sovereign. the people are the most important. The people are the most important ingredients in democracy. But when they now get into power, they forgot democracy. They forgot the fact that democracy is all about the people. They now see themselves as now government is about them. And that is where they have the disconnect.
All right, Barrister, you mentioned that protest is one that is for government that actually doesn't listen. Just like you have also mentioned that some African governments don't really listen to the people. Would you say is because of the fact that the people haven't really pushed further about their rights, so much so that the government doesn't listen? Because in other climes, it just takes 1 day protest, 2 days protest for some things to, happen. Sometimes it doesn't even happen just for people to just say it or mouth it. Governments, becomes, it becomes very hard for the government to even move, But the question is, why is it difficult for African leaders to listen to the people whose mandate that they seek to be where they are?
Now, the reason why African leaders don't listen to people is because the leaders themselves have weaponized poverty. It's because of illiteracy. It's because of lack of good governance. So what the African leaders have successfully done is they made it such a way that the people they lead don't have a voice when they get to power. African leaders have seen the people as a vehicle to get into power, but on getting to power, they are disconnected from the vehicle. And that is the mindset of African leaders. So one of the ways and one of the reasons why in Africa, it seems that the leaders don't listen to the people is because they have just seen the people as just a vehicle. Oh, just move me to power. And by the time you get to power, you drop me there. Then I will continue to do my thing. And the reason is because the institutions are weak. They deliberately weakens the institution. They deliberately impoverish the people. And when you are poor, when the people are poor, the leaders become the king. They determine what they eat, they determine how they eat it, and determine when they will eat it. And so there is no other means of controlling the minds of the people through weaponizing poverty and through economic weaponry. So, and that is what is happening to a lot of African states, where if you need job, you need to go get government. Government, as of today, is still the largest employers of labor. Government, as of today, is still the fastest way of enriching yourself, of getting wealth. Government, as of today, people in government as of today are the wealthiest around. Government, as of today, if you are working in government, you have access to facilities that the common man does not have. I will give you an example. If you are in Nigeria or in any of these African countries, if you are in government, they give you a car, they give you security, they pay for your newspaper, you have newspaper allowance, you have what we call security vote, you have domestic staff, you have free medical medical care or whatever. Doctors are within your whips and caprices. So at the end of the day, everything you want is within your reach. So you don't care what other persons are feeling. You can go for your medical tourism. You can travel abroad. They will even give you allowances for you to travel abroad. Whether you have impoverished, whether you have frustrated institutions, whether you have even
Barrister,
you have even damaged the medical institutions.
Barrister, what do you say to government's response to protest that includes repression and human rights violation?
Well, normally the issue of protest is a fundamental right under Section 46 of the Constitution. Is the fundamental right of every citizen of a country. You have the right to protest. You have the right to go to street. You have the right to, express yourself. Protest is a form of expression. and so nobody can take it away from any person. It's our fundamental right. It is human right. Let me use the word human right, because it is what you do because you are human. Now, government should not repress the people. Government should not harm down the people because they want to go for protest. Any government that does so is acting unconstitutionally. Any government that does so is anti-people. Any government that does so is not what is not what the votes of the people. Any government that does so shows that it is insensitive, that it has a dictatorial tendencies, and it has no support, or it has lost the support of the people. Because one of the ways the people can express themselves to you too, as government, is by protest. It is when they protest, you hear what they are saying. It is when they protest, they tell you their grievances. It is when they protest, they express themselves. It is when they protest, they can tell you what they are feeling. So sometimes protest is a way of feeling directly from the people. And you saw what happened in Kenya after the protest against the financial bill. The president came out to say, I have heard you loudly. I have heard you. I have heard what you are saying. Sometimes you need protest for the government to listen, because they are confined within their rooms. All their aides, all their security people barricade them from hearing the people. There was a time one of our leaders, he was asked one day that what is the cost of one of our governors, they were asking him where they plant yam, and he pointed to the tree. I was told that is it not all those what they need? They let us encourage people to plant yam so that, like what we are having now, we can be able to pluck them. So the governor did not know that yams don't grow from the trees. They are under the ground. So that is how disconnected they are, even from the people, from a state that is an agrarian state. So this is some of the issues that are befalling us as a nation, where government is disconnected from the people.
Barrister, many thanks for your contribution. We do appreciate, we are grateful for your input on today's program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Oh, okay. Right now we want to hear some voices on the streets. Before now we got to ask the people, what is their take? I will need you to listen. Just watch it.
For me, dialogue will be the best way. But if dialogue did not come, that means protest will move on. If Mr. President will understand when we come together to dialogue the issue facing the Nigerian today, it will be better. But if not, Nigerians are just ready.
Welcome to Entertainment News, and I'm still your baby girl, Queenette Mokunta. As usual, we bring you interesting stories from the entertainment industries. Our first story today is Chibike Josh Alfred, popularly known as Josh Too Funny, has spoken on the competition in the Nigerian comedy and content creating industry. Josh Too Funny, however, said he has no competition in comedy industry, stressing that his skits are interpreted in foreign languages in Europe and Asia. He said those claiming that there is no competition in the content creating industry are only sugarcoating. He also frowned at the action of some of his colleagues who copy his trend and styles without crediting him. Up next, our baby girl, Ariana Grande, had endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris to be the Democratic Party's candidate for the presidential election. This comes after President Joe Biden stepped down on the Democratic Party's candidate on Sunday and endorsed his vice, Harris, as the party's flag bearer. Sharing a picture of the president and his vice via her Instagram story, Grande called on her followers to register to vote for the Democratic Party. President Trump has said Kamala Harris would be easier to defeat in the November poll than Biden. And finally, our story, Cardi B has backed Vice President Kamala Harris. I mean, this is women supporting women, I must say, to be the Democratic Party candidate for the United States presidential election. Cardi B, who had earlier suggested that Harris should be the Democratic Party's candidate after President Joe Biden's debate with the Republican Party candidate, Donald Trump, welcomed the news of Biden stepping down and endorsing Harris with excitement. President Joe Biden stepped down as the Democratic Party candidate on Sunday and endorsed his vice, Kamala Harris, as the party's flag bearer. Cardi B has said in the month of May that she won't be voting in the November poll if the two major candidates remain incumbents, President Joe Biden for the Democratic Party and his predecessor, Donald Trump of the Republican Party. She explained that she's used to see Trump as a dire threat, but under Biden, she felt layers and layers of disappointment from what she sees as the most domestic and foreign mismanagement. Well, that's all we have for you in the entertainment news this morning. Please don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms and click the subscribe button. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Mokunta. Bye.
Well, with the flurry of support that Kamala Harris has received in the last few days, I mean, I'm not sure that the Democratic Party would make any mistakes not having her to flag the flag of the Dems come November. So fingers crossed. And of course, to all of the artists who have endorsed her as well. There is even more endorsements across board. It will be an interesting election. It's one I'm going to actually look forward to. Thank you so much for being part of our show this morning. We're back tomorrow, same time, same station. My name is Charles.
And I'm Chomalina John.
The civil servants we have did not give birth to themselves from the blue. They are products of either children of political class or children of well-to-do. Today, you know that in Nigeria, employment is not given to you on the basis of what you know or on the basis of what you can contribute, but on the basis of who you know and your connections. And you are aware, and I have written, and I keep saying it, that graduates in Nigerians are not getting employment on platter of gold. Some people within the system are selling employment to Nigerians. And I have asked in my write-up, is the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria not aware? Is the Chairman of Civil Service Commission not aware? There are employment racketeering everywhere, where undergraduates pay their ways to get employed. Now, when you get to the seat of power by corrupt means, how do you then sit in that seat of power to talk about purity of that or institutions? You will also continue to corrupt your ways. That's why when you see these politicians talking about having structures here and there, and then delegates are being bought, well, how do you expect that political leader or the man who wants to be your leader to rule you well without first recouping investments? So when we are talking about this, how do you eradicate all of this from our system? Nigerians, first of all, need to agree that corruption is bad. And we all agree that corruption is bad. Two, we must agree that how corruption is to be fought without the shenanigan of this kind of arid and anachronistic legal jargon that stop the fighting of corruption. If you ask me, I will advocate an amendment or a law to engage in the fight of corruption, to use inquisitorial system rather than acquisitorial system. And I will explain what I mean. In the inquisitorial system of administration of justice, you are the one to prove your innocence, not for the state to prove your guilt beyond reasonable doubt. In acquisitorial system that we have now, under our constitution, if you are accused of stealing humongous amount of money, the constitution is saying you should keep quiet. And mark you, the level of criminal justification inherent in the brains of most Nigerians now are far more than the level of justification of equipment of the state to investigate. And so, if suddenly you are owning an estate, suddenly you become managing director and chief executives of numerosities of planes, airlines, then you are not known to be a man or a woman that have legitimate income. Then you should be called upon, pursuant to Section 7 of the EFCC Act, to explain your source of wealth. See, until we drop the blame game that the arrest is political, but we are not looking at the merit of the arrest, but we are looking at the political nature of it. We have caught a thief. You say because that thief is in part A and part A is not in power, that is why that is done. But again, you may not blame Nigeria who say so, because there are also very many thieves in part B who is in power and they are not being investigated. So number 3, the government must be very sincere and employ the Lee Kuan Yew panacea to fighting of corruption. We must start from the top. Make examples of the bigger thieves who are all over in all the in the various political parties, whether in private or in government. There are people who are pseudo government. They are not they are not the physical leader, but they are the remote control that open the television of corruption for others to view and see and arrange themselves. So we must, until we do away with this concept of sacred cows, they touch not. There are Nigerians that have held the Nigerians to their jugular in terms of this corruption. They are the touch not Nigerians. Government must be prepared to deal with the touch not.
Hello and good evening. Welcome to Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. We're reaching you from our studios in ENUGU, Coal City, the capital of Southeast Nigeria. This evening, we're having a look at a critical topic in the economic development of the Southeast and of course Nigeria. We're looking at the chambers of commerce and the economic development of the Southeast. If you are familiar with the Southeast, you will know that at least there's a CIMA, which is of course the ENUGU Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture. And of course there's another one at Nsukka. But of late, we now have a brand new Chamber of Commerce, not very far from ENUGU. And it's the 9th Mile Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture. And I was just wondering, what is uncommon about 9th Mile? Why 9th Mile? 9th Mile is basically about, not up to 30 minutes from ENUGU.
About that.
About that. And so we'll be looking at economic potentials, the development benefits, and matters arising from this new Chamber of Commerce. And I have in the studio with me Surveyor Leonard Ugu is a surveyor. What is a surveyor, I believe?
Land surveyor.
Land surveyor. And is the president of the 9th Mile Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture, NASIMA. Surveyor.
Good evening, Uche. Good evening, viewers.
Okay. What is the Chamber of Commerce? Actually, what is this?
Chamber of Commerce is an association of organized private sector engaged in business, commerce, and trade. It's purely for private sector organizations. Its primary work is to focus on the primary objective, which is commerce, trade, international relations, facilitation of businesses amongst organizations. And it is that organization that can interface with government and advise government on her policies in such a way that it will benefit both the private sector and government. In effect, it promotes economy. It provides ease of doing business, both for government and private sector. Thank you.
I'm familiar, very, very familiar with the ENUGU Chamber of Commerce. It's been around for a long time. And I know you've been a very active member of ESIMA. And an offshoot of ESIMA is the Soccer Chamber of Commerce. And now we have the 9th Mile, the NASIMA. Why NASIMA? Why NASIMA?
Okay. The ENUGU Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture is a model chamber in the whole of Southeast Nigeria. As time goes on, we had Onitsha Chamber of Commerce, Newi Chamber of Commerce, Aba Chamber of Commerce. As long as commerce is growing within any area, there is need to have Chamber of Commerce. Just like in Lagos, Lagos has more than 10 chambers of commerce because of its large landscape of commerce and trade. Never mind that Lagos Chamber of Commerce is the modern Chamber of Commerce in the whole Nigeria, West Africa, if not the entire Africa. But as time went on, there was a need for all these other city chambers to come up. Okay. In the same way, ENUGU has grown. Day by day, it continues to expand its landscape in commerce and business. And if you can see with me, 9th Mile is an economic hub of this ENUGU state. You think of the industries coming up there, macro industries like Nigerian breweries, like the Pepsi, the Coca-Cola, just of late that he folded and went to Aba. You have other big industries like aluminum, water plants. 9th Mile has grown more than being having a Chamber of Commerce. Last month or last 2 months, we inaugurated Mbise Chamber of Commerce. We have Olo Chamber of Commerce. And we have Uwere Chamber of Commerce. You think of Umai here, Chamber of Commerce, and Aba. The same thing if you go to Rivers. The Rivers has 4 Chamber of Commerces. So why not ENUGU if we see 9th Mile as a very strategic place, positioned by nature as an economic hub that needs to be, its potentials to be tapped. There is free trade zone there. There is Lion Business Park there. And of late, just last week, we started hearing that the motor park spare pass is moving down to 9th Mile. And if you have all these businesses, why shouldn't 9th Mile Chamber of Commerce come to be?
Okay, we'll come shortly to talk specifically about 9th Mile or Nasima. But those who are watching this program, who may not be familiar with the activities of Chamber of Commerce. Tell us, what do they do?
Chamber of Commerce is bestowed with a lot of activities. In the first place, Chamber of Commerce facilitates trade, commerce, and industries. It facilitates. Chamber of Commerce is engaged in advocacy of how well commerce and business should be. It advocates the best way to do business, and it will favor government and the private sector in the form of taxations, in form of the environmental business. Chamber of Commerce ensures that entrepreneurship is facilitated. You think of all these artisans. You think of vocations. In this era of unemployment, large-scale unemployment, it facilitates entrepreneurship, vocations, and all whatnot. Chamber of Commerce promotes international trading with foreign missions, in fact, trade missions. It makes sure that her members can go outside in form of exhibitions, in form of workshops and conferences, where they can now relate with foreign partners. It is through Chamber of Commerce that you can attract foreign partnership, ensuring to them that there's ease of doing business within their location, that things will be favorable if they come. We ensure that government does not in any way promulgate laws that will negate ease of doing business. And that falls onto advocacy. And a lot of other things.
Yes,
they equally advise government.
Okay.
On her boards, board memberships, to make sure that things are done the way it should be done, in line with rules and regulations governing that parastatal agency. So we have a lot of things to do.
Well, you said a lot, but I'm excited. I'm excited about one or two things. Yes. I'm excited when you talked about one of the pivotal functions of or activities of a Chamber of Commerce is to interface with government. Perhaps in the areas of development, I heard you talk about taxation and other things. Well, Nasima might be young, but you've been part of the ENUGU Chamber of Commerce.
Of course.
So to what extent, if any, were ENUGU Chamber of Commerce, and by implication, Nasima, consulted by ENUGU State Government in its current drives, one on taxation, and two on the construction of motor parks? You say you're expecting one in 9th Mile?
Yeah, this auto spare parts.
And you talked about auto spare parts. And now, were you part of the consultation before the demolition that happened in Enugu happened? Or did you just wake up like other Nigerians and saw that demolition? As a critical stakeholder in commerce and industry in the state.
Well, I was a member of council in ESIMA. I rose to the position of vice president, specifically in charge of allocation, especially during trade fairs. Yeah. And I stayed there for about 4-5 years. So I wouldn't say that most of the things happening in ESIMA, that I wasn't part of it.
Okay.
Before the coming of NICIMA, the 9th Mile Chamber of Commerce, I was able to move out there, having come from that area.
How old is NICIMA?
NICIMA is just a year plus.
Okay. So is it older than this government in the current government in Enugu State? Or
Slightly.
Slightly older.
Slightly older.
Okay.
So, well, every government has its own methodology, its approach to issues. The government has just stayed 1 year in office, and we know what is happening in the country in terms of economic dryness. During the campaign period, ESIMA organized a town hall meeting with all political...
Yes, I was actually supposed to moderate one of the sessions.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was there they told us how prepared they were. And the present governor of the state happened to be the first person to appear. And he foreclosed. He told the public his plans, his master plan, how he intends developing Enugu State. And it's not far from that. We had a closed-door meeting with him and advised him the best way of carrying this.
That was ESIMA?
ESIMA, yes. Okay. And in fairness to him, most of the advices given to him by ESIMA were in line with what he's doing.
So ESIMA you could beat your chest and say you are part of the consultation.
I said during his campaign period, I would say that we contributed to most of the things he was doing during the campaign. You know, somebody will roll out his program. Then you can now advise. But what I want to know is whether he consulted with ESIMA now that he's executing.
Okay.
9th Mile is just off.
Very young.
It was just very young. Just about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago that we paid courtesy call on the principal stakeholders of the government, most of the commissioners, like the Commissioner for Industry and Investment, Commissioner for Agriculture, the Chief of Staff. It was the former Secretary to the State Government that we paid courtesy call on. So I will not blame him much if 9th Mile is not consulted.
For now.
For now. But the one I know I'm talking of, that in one way or the other, he consulted us during his campaign period when I was a member of ESCO. But whether he consulted the present council, I wouldn't know.
Okay, you are president. Are you money alone?
In my own chamber?
Yes, are you money alone?
So
what's the structure of NASIMA?
Every chamber of commerce, we derive our structure from NASIMA, the National Association of Chamber of Commerce. It has its own format. You have the president, you have deputies, you have vice president, all with designated positions. And that forms the council. You have ESCO, you have council, and you have membership. So, and we are duly registered with NASIMA. In fact, personally, I'm an executive member of NASIMA, National Association of Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, somebody, a close friend of mine said you were part of the last AGM in Lagos.
Oh, yes.
I think he had an interaction with you.
Yes.
I won't tell you who he is.
So we are very serious about Chamber of Commerce. Chamber of Commerce is a movement. It's just like labor movement. It's not something you jump into the leadership. You have to graduate, learn the wings on how to fly. Therefore, NASIMA, 9th Mile Chamber, is doing everything in consonance. We lay down rules and regulations of National Association of Chamber.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Maybe don't tell me you are young. I know that even at the National, at the Abuja Chamber of Commerce, they've been able to institute alternative dispute resolution centers, ADR centers. I know at the time when there were plans to start it in ESIMA, because for every industry, for every commerce, you're bound to have conflicts. And so from the national in Emeko Begelu, I think is the president of Abuja. But he's also the chairman of the national ADR center of Nasima. Okay. And so, are you planning to institute this center, the ADR center, in Nasima?
Well, that we have city chambers does not isolate you from others. We have Southeast Chamber of Commerce, and her headquarters is domiciled here in ENUGU. In fact, ESIMA gave us an office there. We have Southeast South-South coalition. So we all have collaborate a lot. ENUGU Chamber of Commerce has a particular block they dedicated to this alternative dispute resolution.
Has it taken off?
Yes.
Okay.
If you get to the premises, it's just the other structure behind the main structure. You will see it there. It's inscripted there. So it sits quarterly because we don't advocate for regular misunderstandings amongst organizations.
But if it happens?
That's what we're saying. Then the committee can call. Okay. So the office is here in ENUGU, but it's being managed by the entire Southeast Chamber of Commerce, of which our president is Chief Ngonade from Nnewi Chambers.
Okay.
So Abuja being conspicuous as it is, we know Obegolo SAN is the head of that's ADL and still coordinating that of the national. Here in ENUGU, we have.
Okay. How many local government area? Okay. What's your area of coverage for Nasima? Is it just 9 Mile? Is it just with the local government? What are the component areas that are involved in this Nasima?
Well, the word 9 Mile does not limit it to Ngwo.
That's why I want to know. That's why I want to know.
We call it 9 Mile Zone. And this zone consists of Udi local government, Eziagi local government, Oji River, we can say 2/3 of Oji River, the municipality of Oji River local government, then ENUGU North local government, part of it that spans towards Ngwo is still ENUGU North. So within this radius is what we call 9 Mile Zone.
You think that's viable?
Oh, very, very viable.
Convince me.
Why it is viable is that if you now think of 9 miles, the kind of industries going on there, you think of cashew industry in Oye, is in Eziagu. Even the Lion Business Park, 2/3 of her land is more in Eziagu local government. Then you now think of the mega industry coming up at Ubnofianach. I think there are about 2 or 3 now coming up that axis. And you know that even Oji River municipality was made urban during the time of military. We have SME industries and MCAs, medium industries within that sphere. And if you add all this with the landmass, it's more than to be a city chamber area.
On paper or in reality?
In reality. In reality. I am telling you, 9 Mile remains the collection center for cashew business in the Southeast, the entire Southeast.
Okay. You just mentioned that a particular industry had just left 9 Mile and had moved to Aba.
Yes. And that's Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola.
Yes.
Was it politics or was it for economic reasons?
Well, I would say it's mainly for economic reasons.
So that mile is not viable?
It was at the time the infrastructural facilities around 9 Mile was too bad. Their vehicles normally fall off into the ditch, the Ubonyama. They were having a lot of losses. Behind them, there was an ecological devastation around there, trying to chop into their premises.
Was it erosion?
Yes, erosion. There was erosion, serious gully.
And nothing was done?
And nothing was done. So with such threats, they felt that they were having a lot of losses. Every time, virtually every, from Upi down to 9 Mile was bad. From Enugu municipality to 9 Mile was bad. And that of Onitsha was bad. It was just recently that all these roads were being rehabilitated. And we intend to meet the management so that they will be able to consider coming back. Their premises is still there. Everything is still intact. And with the kind of government we're having now, in fact, I don't know whether he read engineering, the way he focused his attention on rehabilitation of fiscal development, we know that we'll be able to assist whatever fears that company is having that moved them to Aba, that they will surely come back. I know for sure.
That's a very good, that's a positive note. Yes. Let me hope that happens. But let me just talk about something that is important. And when this flyer went out, someone asked me, please ask Salio. For too long, we've heard about the 9 Mile Free Trade Zone. 9 Mile Free Trade Zone. It's not for 1 year, not for 2 years. For pretty long, we'll be hearing about it. And each time I drive past 9 Mile, I'll be looking at where it is. What's the story about it? Because you mentioned as one of the key drivers of Nasima.
Chief Uche, I will say that 9 Mile Free Trade Zone has to be.
On paper?
Why? The coming of Lion Business Park with their acquisition of 2,000 hectares of land, gazetted, with the structures coming on. Nasima has just written to His Excellency for us to convocate a conference on deriving the benefits of free trade zone, making sure that that thing on paper
translated
comes into being. All the foreign trips the present government is making in quest of investments is only free trade zone that can warehouse it. In fact, I came back from Ogun State and saw how they developed their own free trade zone with clusters of business parks, especially from China. And that will help the state a lot to come out of the woods, rising from about 4 billion to 30 billion of expectation of this present government. The only way is to create an enabling environment which the free trade zone has provided. They have vast land spanning to Ezeago, to Oji River, to Udi. We have quite enough. Then you go up north of Udi, the Ebe, the Egede, and that's the only way this insecurity could be reduced. So, what I'm trying to say is that, yes, before the coming of Lion Business Park, that was dormant. But it has woken up. And it's going to rise. And it's going to be, with the present government's quest, with the speed. In fact, one of the past governors described the present governor as ENUGU State being construction site. Construction site in the sense that here and there you see construction going on. And I think we need to encourage him. We need to encourage him.
As president of Nasima, what policies are you hoping to bring to bear on this young Chamber of Commerce that will make it uncommon, that will make it different from the rest? Because if it's just a routine business they're doing, is there something different you want to bring on the table beyond the normal duties, assignments of a typical Chamber of Commerce? Is that something new that Leo is bringing on board?
First of all, our foremost demand is that 9th Mile should be made an urban area. If you urbanize 9th Mile, there will be infrastructural development that will be in line with the way of doing business. The way things have developed there, haphazardly, randomly, unplanned, NICEMA is ensuring that this should be a formal planning. You just said that 9th Mile is about 30 minutes to ENUGU.
It's not about 30 minutes.
Let me just take you away.
So
when 9th Mile is developed to that status, with the presence of MBL, with the presence of all these mega industries, you see that it will be a mega city that can even stand alone to generate economic growth for the state. There is an ICT village being developed around Egede, with the tile industries coming down around Obinofia Natch. When this is properly planned and harnessed, then the state will not be crying for lack of funds. Then secondly, with that free trade zone situated at 9th Mile, if industrial parks are littered there, then it becomes a training ground for unemployed youths. One of our patrons is just a retiree of African Development Bank. We want to harness the gains of African Development Bank in terms of grants, in terms of one-digit loan that can help farmers to grow their products. It may interest you that so many individuals are doing a lot of agri-industrial packaging for supply of packaged food items for African markets in Europe and United States of America. I know 2 or 3 people doing such things, Gary, the spices around Ezeagu. And you know the water, the position in 9th Mile is not second to none. You don't treat it. And that's why if you're coming up from Ugonyama down to 9th Mile, you have left and right all kind of water industries springing up. So NICEMA wants to organize these people into a single purpose of how to generate economy.
Okay, that's a very positive.
And to generate employment for the teeming population of Enugu State.
Samuel, that's a very positive remark you've made. And with that, you hold your thought. We'll just take a short break. When we come back, I'll be asking you a lot of questions, like your relationship with the constituent local governments. Have you been able to, have a one-on-one discussion with the local governments you mentioned? And then what is your relationship with the Soka Chamber of Commerce and ESIMA? Do you have exchange programs? Just while you think about that, we'll just take a short break. Don't go anywhere. You are still watching Uncommon Conversations, and of course, we are still reaching you from our Coal City studios in Enugu. Of course, as always, Enugu is the capital of Southeast Nigeria. And my guest is still surveyor, land surveyor Leonard Ugu, who is the president of Night Mile Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA, a very young chamber of commerce. Before we went on break, I said I was going to ask you to talk to me and talk to those who are watching. What is your relationship with the component local governments? You talked about a chunk of Enugu North, you talked about Udi, you talked about Eziago, and you talked about the metropolitan Uji River. This is a catchment area, and I'm tempted to agree with you that a lot of industries, a lot of businesses, concerns are springing up around this zone. But of course, they're landlords.
Thank you.
So what's the relationship with them?
Thank you, Mr. Uche. Our relationship is very cordial. Cordial in the sense that we started from ESIMA. Before NISIMA was registered as a city chamber, Enugu Chamber has to endorse. The entire Southeast city chambers have to endorse before it went to Abuja and duly registered with corporate affairs. When we came back, fully recognized, because we are recognized at Aba inauguration of the national president in 2022. That was why I said it started in 2022. The first place we went for courtesy call was Udi local government. We paid courtesy call on the mayor of the local government, and he embraced us.
Like he's your landlord?
That's the first and foremost.
Okay.
We went to Eziago. Something happened that day, we couldn't meet them on seat. Thereafter, there was this election. We participated in the town hall meeting at the ESIMA. They called all of us, both Nsukka and us, to join them in having that town hall meeting. I've told you we paid courtesy call on all the elected members from this constituency. We paid courtesy call on the Speaker of the House of Assembly, who is representing Udi North. We paid courtesy call on Chimwe Obieze, who is member representing Eziago. We paid courtesy call on the majority leader from Enugu North. Then we've scheduled to see the House of Reps representing Uji River, Eziago, Udi. Then and that of the senator representing Enugu West. We've all written all these letters and we exchange. It's just a matter of time that they have not gotten time to see us. So there is a perfect relationship, good relationship existing. And like I told you, Nsukka didn't just wake up and start their one. It was blessed by Enugu. We didn't just wake up and started our own. It was blessed by Enugu. At the inauguration of the president of Nsukka Chamber of Commerce, I was the one that represented the national president. In fact, I was the one that inaugurated him on behalf of the national president, Deloye. Most of the things happening at the south is Salt City of Ebonyi. I was equally part of the team that went there. So there's a correlation existing amongst city chambers. We all know that it's just like when we had Eastern region, later Central states, later Southeast states, and we're asking for more. It's just the same in chamber movement. So, but we cannot move in isolation from others.
Well, you just explained human relationship, and basically, I think I need much more than that. Relationship could be physical, it could be developmental, it could be human. Yes, the human angle you've done. You paid courtesy calls, and then you benefit stations, and you've had interactions. I want to go further to talk about relationships in terms of infrastructure. Because when you are making your opening statement, you talked about why the Coca-Cola left. That has to do with poor infrastructure around the area. So I'm now asking, the other is land allocation. Because if you want to do business in 9th Mile, you just can't do it on air. Land has to be available. The land tenure system, the land allocation system, then taxation. If you have multiple taxation, state, local government, and all that, that would certainly discourage people from trying to do, so the ease of doing business. I want you to look at the relationship in these perspectives. One, infrastructure, because that's the relationship. You are saying we need water, we need road, we need this to attract people. We need a favorable land allocation policy to attract people, because if I want to invest there, I can't do it on my head. I need the land. So do we have a landing permit, so to speak, to do business in that area?
Uche, if you are current with the happenings in Enugu State, you see that the present government is tackling virtually everything that is hindering business coming into the state. There's this land grabbing law passed into law just recently. There were 4 bills passed into law by the Enugu State government just about a month ago. One is on land, to forestall these middlemen, frustrating people from getting allocations, and re-engineering the land ministry that you can get your CFO within a reasonable time.
At what cost?
Well, they say good soup, na money maker. You have to pay for the good services. Excuse me, you have to pay for the good services. The important thing is that if you file application, will you be able to get it in good time? We have engaged the investment agency, development agency, manned by Obu, and they're streamlining a lot of things. In fact, just this afternoon, I got a letter that is constituting a very powerful committee on ease of doing business. And His Excellency will be the chairman of that committee. He just came in this afternoon. And the entire 3 city chambers were recognized. We are members. The ENUGU, the Nsukka, and 9th Mile. The all related commissioners, ministries, they are members. And if His Excellency will be the chairman of such a committee, you know they are very serious about that. Then on the availability of infrastructures for us to kickstart. If you have been to Lion Business Park, if you have been to that place, you know that there is a facility for us to kickstart. Because they are part of us. All the industries in 9th Mile, they are all part of 9th Mile Chamber of Commerce. And they've agreed that we can be using their facility until we get ours. We have just applied for land. These things cannot be done overnight. We've paid courtesy call on the Nigerian breweries. They hosted the entire council. And they showed brotherhood the day we came. So we have hope that 9th Mile will grow. And we grow more than expectations. We have just booked an appointment with the tile industry at Obnofia. These are mega industries. Uche, all these big states, like Ebonyi, Anambra, when they were created, they were no offices. They were no infrastructures. But today, go to Abakaliki and see what it is. Go to Oka and see what it is. So 9th Mile being the youngest, we are very much hopeful that we grow to the surprise of many.
I agree with you.
In terms of generating economy.
Okay.
In fact, most of these industries I'm talking of, do you know how much is contributing to the IGR of Enugu State? And when it's well organized, there is infrastructure, because we are advocacy organization. We are drumming to the ears of the government that these are the things you should do. Remember that it's not 9th Mile that constitutes Enugu State. But I'm
not talking about the viability of the Chamber of Commerce.
But we are saying that there will be a lot of produce, agricultural produce, ICT, the Dr. Ife, a land that is consulting an ICT village. If that comes into being, there will be a lot of money.
Is that the one about Obioma?
No, not Egede.
Okay, Egede.
Up there, with the north. And a lot of other things coming up. And we think of housing. When these industries come up, where will they live? That's why the first thing I'm aiming at, as a land surveyor, as former president of International Right of Way, the first thing I was aiming at is making sure that 9 Mile becomes an urbanized. So that the capital territory can move in. It's not just collecting revenue. Like the swimmer, they have office in 9 Mile. Every office in ENUGU has a sub-office in 9 Mile, collecting revenue.
Okay.
So some of this revenue you are collecting should be in turn used to develop 9 Mile. That's what we're saying.
Okay, I have just one question that has been itching my mind. Okay. A company, XYZ, has just been registered. Tell me one compelling or 2 or 3 or 4 compelling reasons why I should register with Nasima.
Oh.
What, a must reason, what I stand to gain, what I stand not to lose by being a member of Nasima. Because for all this, companies have to register with you, industries have to register with Nasima, yes, for you to be a strong. So I just said, I've registered a new company, and I'm thinking, where should I go? Tell me one reason I should come to Nasima, or 2 or 3. Any reasons that's convincing?
First and foremost, you have to know your environment. And the Chamber of Commerce is an organization that houses other private sector organizations. And as such, you have to familiarize yourself with the environment, with all members already existing. You need contact, networking. Then depending on your product, is it local? Is it foreign? If it's local, 9 Mile is endowed with natural resources. Is it water? Is it agriculture? Is it network road? Remember that it is a bypass. For you to go to the north, it is a bypass to the south, a bypass to the city. It is naturally located. Then you need international partnership. It is only through the Chamber of Commerce that is through the trade missions that you can go out for exhibitions, for partnerships, for B2B business meetings. It gives hope to see a foreign company that is doing the same with you, that you can partner with. It creates an avenue for you to see one-on-one. Then for advocacy, you cannot talk to government alone. You need a body, a credible body, to talk to government on your behalf. You can't do it alone. And the only body recognized by law, by convention, is Chamber of Commerce, to talk on your behalf. This issue of multiple taxations, that is the prime work of Chamber of Commerce. Limiting local governments within the ambit of their own law, and state government, and even federal. In this minimum wage discussion, Chamber of Commerce was duly represented by her 2 members. For you to know how government recognizes us. Then if you are doing well, it becomes a platform for you to export your produce. We're talking of agricultural produce. We're talking of a cashew, palm oil, which is the national designated product for the Southeast. Therefore, if you an industrialist that has just come on board, no person will ever tell you or convince you. You don't need any magic to know that you should belong to Chamber of Commerce. Then it depends on your location. If your office or industry is located within the municipality, then you belong to a SEMA. But if it's around 9 Mile within the zone, no person will tell you to belong to 9 Mile Chamber of Commerce. If it is ENUGU North, Nsukka, you belong. These things come closer to you. If you are resident at Nsukka, for you to travel from Nsukka to ENUGU to attend meeting, you know what it costs, both in security and infrastructural decadency along the road. So it's better for you to start at Nsukka. The same thing, 9 Mile area, you stay at 9 Mile. From Oji to 9 Mile, you know, it is quite easier with the express. Then the municipality towards MNA, they can manage that. Remember, it's a coalition. We all come together through the Southeast Chamber of Commerce, where we share ideas, experiences, and intervene in any problem each of the independent city chambers is having.
Okay, good explanation. If that company wants to belong to Nasima, what is the process, or what are the process for admission?
Very simple.
Or do I just walk in and because I have a research company and VAM, I'm a member?
One, Chamber of Commerce does not need number. It needs qualitative member. You must be registered with corporate affairs.
Okay.
You must be a limited liability
company.
Or a professional. A medical doctor can register.
So you have corporate membership, then you have individual membership.
Individual membership.
That's what I wanted to know.
So corporate membership, you must be registered with CSC. You must submit your shareholding. We see how it is formatted. We need your bank account to know whether the liquidity.
We know your contract.
No, we want to know the quality of that person coming in.
Okay. Yeah.
Then if you're a professional member, an individual, we need to know, have your certificate of registration as a professional. Then we need the due diligence.
Like a broker journalist now.
Yes, we need the diligence.
So what do you want
to know whether he's an obedient member of that profession, whether he's coming in to disintegrate us or to unite us.
Okay.
So these are the due diligence that we need to do. Then from there, you take off. Why I say that, in as far as we need membership, that is not just everybody's come. We need qualitative people. We need serious people. We need serious-minded people. Before you can be on your own, you must be a serious-minded person. If you don't work, you don't eat. Therefore, you have to be waking early in the morning, getting to your office, working lately to make sure that it's not like civil service.
There's a flip side to 9 Mile. It's not two-man. Some in terms of I don't know why, whether it is natural or whether it is human or whether it is supernatural. 9 Mile seems to be prone to a lot of accidents. Whether you are coming down Ugoyama or whether you are descending from the roundabout going towards Abo and towards Nsukka, you know, before you just do a detour to the left. I don't know. Sometimes when I used to go to Nsukka, as you come, you see one big trailer that just entered into somebody's shop. I know it may not be in your purview.
Okay.
But it's a serious concern.
Okay. Just yesterday, I was in Urban Radio, and I talked about that. Canvassing why state government should come without hesitation to urbanize 9 Mile. Everybody wants his business to be along the road. There's no plan for expansion. And if there's a sectoral planning of 9 Mile, the timber people they meet people here and there and into the hinterland, not just along the road. The accident will just come to almost nil.
So what you're saying is that you need speedy urbanization.
Urbanization and replanning of 9 miles. So that there will be less commerce along the roads. Then if you get to highway, like Ubonyama, it has been in my blood that we need a frustration. I went to Rwanda and saw that Rwanda is a hilly environment. But they plan for it. You cannot live in such a place without tree planting. Today, I don't think if you go to the Ministry of Forest or the Forest Department, that you may see up to 5 people, because there's nothing they are doing. The entire making hill value have been defrustrated. And I wonder the hope of any person living around that place. Then along the Ugonyama, there's no tree. When that road was newly built, there was tree. It was a line of trees along. If the Englishman who constructed the Milking Hill knew that he should plant trees along the edge of that Milking Hill up to the up and down of it, that time there was no motor accident that rolled down the hill because the tree would block it.
It had to act as a wedge.
It acts as a wedge. But today there's no tree, both along the express or along Milking Hill. And that is telling much about us. Every road is bound to be having an accident. But how devastating it is the So I am encouraging the state government to come back to a frustration. One is that it is economical. There's a tree planting now that we need to borrow. If they like, they can consult us. The tree, under 4 years, it has grown to maturity. And the tree you use in pulping, paper industry. And if you cut it, it will sprout up. It will just come up again. So it is too economical that even the state need to enter into that. If all the hills of Ugonyama is planted that tree, within 4 years, because it matures to economic value. And at the same time, an environmental beautification of that area.
On that very positive note, Surveyor Leonard ENUGU, I want to thank you for finding time to be here on Signature Television. This is not going to be your last. You raised very important issues that we need to discuss in the future conversations. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Uche, Cyril, and Oke.
And to our viewers, my guest has been Surveyor Leonard ENUGU, President of NASIMA. Join us same time tomorrow for yet another interesting edition of Uncommon Conversations. Thank you for watching.
Arikumo Ado. In the headlines, Senate passes 2024 National Minimum Wage Amendment Bill. Tinubu appeals to Nigerians to shelve the planned protest over hardship. Protesters dispersed by tear gas in Kenyan capital, Nairobi. Palestinian representative praises China for promoting reconciliation. Details shortly. The Senate on Tuesday at plenary passed the 2024 National Minimum Wage Amendment Act bill. This followed presentation and adoption of a report on the bill by a leader of the Senate and APC member from Ekiti State, Okpeyemi Bamidele. The bill was transmitted to Senate by President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday, July 23rd, and was given accelerated consideration, resulting into its first and second reading in line with Senate Rule 80. Okpeyemi, in his lead debate on the general principles of the bill, said the bill sought to amend the National Minimum Wage Act 2019. According to him, the bill seeks to increase the national minimum wage and reduce the time for periodic review from 5 years to 3 years. He said in recent times, plethora of agitations and clamor have been recorded from Okpeyemi urged lawmakers to support the quick passage of the bill, dealing economic hardship in the country, which they later reduced to 250,000 naira after several meetings. On July 11, leaders of Labour met with Tinubu at the presidential villa over the new minimum wage and eventually accepted 70,000 naira as a new minimum wage for workers. The House of Representatives has passed the amended 2024 budget of 35.5 trillion naira, showing an increase from the 28.7 trillion naira initial budget. Amendment sought by President Bola Tinubu in his letter last week was 6.2 trillion naira increase. The House has also passed the minimum wage bill and the Police Act Amendment bill, just like the Senate. President Tinubu at last Wednesday requested the Senate to amend the 2024 Appropriation Act and the 2023 Finance Act by increasing the budget with 6.2 trillion naira. The request was contained in a letter addressed to the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, and read at plenary on Wednesday. The President in the letter said the move was under Section 58, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. Tinubu had on January 1, 2024, assented to the 28.7 trillion 2024 appropriation bill passed by the Senate. On May 29, 2024, the President said he will present the 2024 supplementary budget to the National Assembly. President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday transmitted the Police Act Amendment Bill 2024 to the House of Representatives for consideration. Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, who disclosed this on Tuesday, read the President's letter on the floor of the Green Chamber during plenary. The executive bill proposes amendments to the Principal Act, specifically targeting the tenure provisions of the Inspector General of Police. President Bola Tinubu has appealed to Nigerians to shelve a planned End Bad Governance protest slated for next month. Information Minister Mohammed Idris, who briefed State House correspondents after a meeting with the President on Tuesday, said Tinubu urged the organizers of the protest to shelve the plan and await the President's response to their complaints. He said the President does not see any need for the planned protest and therefore asked them to shelve it. The protest against economic hardship, which is gaining traction on social media, has been scheduled to be held across all states of the Federation, as well as the Federal Capital Territory, FCT Abuja, in August, which the organizers said will be faceless. The National Orientation Agency, NOA, and the Nigeria Police Force, as well as the House of Representatives, have warned against the planned demonstration. The Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, and embattled Senator Ali Ndume asked the President to address the demands of the displeased persons, who are mostly youths. Presidential spokesman Bayo Onanuga had on Saturday warned that a planned protest, if staged, could degenerate into the destruction of assets that trailed the NSAS protest against police brutality and extrajudicial killings in October 2020. The House of Representatives has asked the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEC, and the distribution companies, DISCOs, to reverse the tariff hike for Band A customers. This directive was given on Tuesday after the adoption of a report presented by the House Committee on Power. It will be recalled that NEC announced a hike affecting Band A customers who are to pay 225 naira per kilowatt. Hike pending an investigation. Presenting the report, the chairman of the Committee on Power, Victor Nwokolo, said Nigerians cannot afford the new tariff and recommended a return to status quo. Recommendations were adopted by the Committee of the Whole, after which it was passed. Still in the House of Representatives, the Minority Caucus has called for the release of a detained leader of indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu. In a meeting held in Abuja, over 180 lawmakers, elected on the platform of minority political parties, made a call following the adoption of a motion moved at a special meeting of the caucus on Monday night by Mr. Obi Agwocha. In a statement issued on Tuesday, the lawmaker will represent Ikwano, Umuahia North, Umuahia South Federal Constituency, Abia State, urged its colleagues to take a definitive position on the ongoing lobby to explore possible political solutions of the IPOB leader. The Minority Caucus is made up of the People's Democratic Party, which has 115 seats, Labour Party 35, New Nigeria People's Party 19, and the All Progressive Grand Alliance with 5 seats. Others are the Social Democratic Party 2 seats, the Young Progressive Party, and the African Democratic Congress with 2 seats apiece. Agwocha emphasized the importance of a common front within the Minority Caucus, noting that the resolution on Nnamdi Kanu's case is crucial for national peace, stability, and unity. They also called for immediate and strategic engagement with relevant stakeholders to advocate for a peaceful and political resolution to the matter, which is said has significant implications for the socio-political landscape of Nigeria. A federal lawmaker who represents Imo East Senatorial District, Ezenwa Onyewuchi, has dumped the Labour Party LP for the All Progressive PC. Majority Leader of the Senate, Michael Opayemi Bamidele, announced Onyewuchi's defection during plenary on Tuesday. Similarly, a member of the House of Representatives, Salman Idris, came from the African Democratic Congress, ADC, to the APC. The lawmaker will represent Kaba Bono, the Jemu Federal Constituency in the Green Chamber, officially announced its political decision in a letter read on the floor of the House on Tuesday by Speaker Abbas Tajuddin. Earlier on Tuesday, the Senate admitted Imo State Governor Hope Uzodimma into the hallowed chamber in line with the Senate rules. Uzodimma, the chairman of APC Progressive Governors Forum, and his team were present to witness Onyewuchi's defection from LP to the ruling APC. In his letter, Onyewuchi, whose defection brings to 3, a number of APC senators from Imo State disclosed that he resigned from the Labour Party owing to the crisis in the party. He also noted that his decision was in line with the dictates of the Constitution. Shortly after Onyewuchi welcomed by the APC lawmakers, he was ushered to take a seat at the APC wing of the Senate chambers. Borno-born APC Senator Ali Ndume has commended the successes recorded in the ongoing resettlement of communities displaced by the insurgency in the state. Ndume made the commendation while interacting with newsmen over his visit to Gwoza, said that the Borno government under Babagana Zulum deserved commendation for its commitment, especially in Gwoza local government area, where about 10 communities have returned and were engaged in farming activities. He said that to complement the state government efforts, a group of Gwoza concerned citizens initiated by the youths have started mobilizing funds from well-wishers to support the resettlement process. Ndume also commended the federal government over its recent approval for Federal College of Education in Gwoza, saying work has reached advanced stage with the support of 200 million naira take-off grant from the Borno government. While in Goza, Ndume visited some resettlement communities and distributed support materials to 2,000 people and donated 10 million naira as his contribution to Goza Concerned Citizens Fund. Meanwhile, the Borno State Ministry of Rehabilitation, Reconstruction and Resettlement has urged journalists in the state to support the reintegration of repentant insurgents for lasting peace. The call is contained in a communique issued on Tuesday at the end of a one-day workshop on the role of journalists in the reintegration of repentant non-state actors. The workshop was organized by the State Ministry of Rehabilitation, Reconstruction and Resettlement in collaboration with the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ENUGU. The communique noted the significant role of journalists in social reintegration through increased awareness, influencing public opinion, as well as setting of general agenda, among others. It also stressed the need to involve them in all public policy initiatives. It supported the journalists' resolve that the government must address the root causes that lead to radicalization, while commending the Borno government for a few steps taken so far. Still to come, group warns against causing disaffection between military and civilians. Minister of State Lokbobre reconciles Dangote, NNPC Limited, and others. Stay with us. A motorcyclist was burned to death on Tuesday in front of Archie Joint Hospital, Archie in Ojiriva local government area, leaving a second cyclist unconscious. The cyclist, simply known as Roger, and the second one collided with a vehicle that they were trying to overtake. An eyewitness told Signature TV that the gallon of fuel being conveyed by one of the cyclists caught fire that burnt him to death. The motorcyclist and a car were also burnt, but the driver of the car was unhurt. Those at the scene of the accident blamed it on a heavy galley in front of a hospital, which has been begging for attention along the Archie-Oji River Road. The eyewitness said the cyclist and driver were trying to avoid the bad portion when the accident occurred. Unity Advocacy Group, UAC, a non-governmental organization, has warned mischief makers to stop causing disaffection between the armed forces and the civil populace. The convener of UAG, Mr. Ifeanyi Agbedion, gave the warning at a news conference on Tuesday in Abuja. Agbedion said the call was in response to the recent circulation of an old video depicting a soldier molesting a civilian for wearing a Nigerian Army Desert camouflage uniform. He said the release of such video was intended to cause disaffection between the military and civilians. The convener said that mischief makers had been looking for various avenues to bring the military at loggerheads with civilians without success. According to him, those behind the recycling of the old video don't wish the country well, especially in a period the country is going through challenges. The Nigerian Army on Sunday reaffirmed that the ban on authorized use of military camouflage remained in full effect, saying the video footage
was a still audiovisual. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources in charge of oil, Heineken Lukbobiri, has convened a high-level meeting with key stakeholders in the oil and gas sector to resolve issues surrounding the Dangote refinery. The meeting, which was held in Abuja on Monday, had in attendance the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, and Farouk Ahmed, who is the Chief Executive of Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA. Others are Gbenga Komolafe, Chief Executive, Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, and Malam Mele Kari, Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPC Limited. There has been a recent face-off in the country's oil industry between the leadership of the Dangote Group, the regulatory authorities, and some international oil companies, with Dangote alleged deliberate efforts to frustrate the operations of the refinery. Dangote had declared that the NNPC Limited no longer owned a 20% stake in its refinery, stressing that the Nigeria Oil Company now owns only 7.2% of the refinery due to its failure to pay the balance of their shares, which was due in June. He accused the IOCs of frustrating its refinery operations by selling crude oil to it through their foreign trading arms, offering cargoes at $2 to $4 per barrel above NUPRC official price. Lukbobiri emphasized the importance of cooperation and synergy among all stakeholders and said it would ensure the success and optimal performance of the oil and gas sector, which he described as pivotal to Nigeria's economic growth and energy security. The Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Mele Kyari, says it does not own a blending plant in Malta and does not know of any employee of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited who owns such a facility in the island country. Kyari, in a Tuesday post on X, asked the president of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, to publicly declare NNPC personnel who operate a blending plant in Malta. Over the weekend, Dangote, Africa's richest man and owner of a 20 billion naira refinery in Lagos, said some NNPC personnel and oil traders operate a blending plant in Malta, thereby frustrating local production of petroleum products. Meanwhile, the convener of a public interest advocacy network plan, Madachi Ame, has expressed displeasure over the recent crisis in the oil sector, which he attributed to poor planning. Ame, who featured on our breakfast show Signature Morning, wondered why foreign entities are still allowed to influence the country's oil sector to the disadvantage of local players. He also accused Dangote Refinery of poor planning, said the company should have tackled the issue of supply of crude oil before opening the refinery.
Country posts losses in the oil and gas sector. The individuals who are operating the industry are getting richer and richer and buying private planes. So it must be that the government is not making money, and or rather that whatever money is made from the industry goes into private pockets rather than go into the coffers of the government. And nobody seems to understand, what's going on. So to narrow it down specifically to your question on the Dangote refinery, yes, it was great to have the Dangote refinery, 650,000 barrels a day, single train refinery, the largest single train refinery in the world, located in Nigeria. But I think that there was a challenge right from the beginning. At the inception of that project, the key thing that should have bothered the owners of the project, the Dangote conglomerate, should have been where they will get the feedstock, of the crude oil from to refine. Because, Nigeria's production has continuously been going down, all manner of excuses, crude oil theft, failing equipment, aging pipelines and all that. But in the midst of all that, we have
the guest also picked holes in the way the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has been run over the years, which he said was denying the country of a good chunk of money that should come from the oil and gas sector if the organization was properly managed.
So out of that 600,000 barrels, there has been a lot of forward sales, because we keep borrowing money on and on and on. We don't know what we do with the money. But every single time they keep borrowing money on oil production. So, as it is right now, the country doesn't even have any crude oil to sell to anybody because they have sold most of it upfront and collected the money, on business terms that were very laughable. How people could put their signatures to such agreements which sold off Nigeria's crude upfront, and collected peanuts for it, and they'll be still paying, and they'll keep paying for it, on and on and on. We collected $3 billion, from Afro-Exim Bank, to pay back $12 billion over a period of time. Nobody borrows money on those kind of terms. But again, so now there's no crude to give to, to supply to Dangote, and everybody is crying. You can't ask the international oil companies to seed their own equity crude and give it to Dangote, because that's equity crude that they have already worked for, and it's part of what they are entitled to take because they are in a joint venture with the government.
The Lagos State Task Force on Environment and Special Offences Enforcement Unit says it has arrested 40 persons for allegedly trading on the street at night and causing heavy traffic in Ikeja. The agency's spokesperson, Mr. Badenya Abdurrahim, who confirmed the arrest on Tuesday, said that the suspects have been operating illegal night street trading and restaurant at Alade Avenue, Orisha, and Johnson Street, all off Obafemi Awolowo Way in Ikeja. He said that they have converted streets to mini markets and restaurants, thereby causing serious human and vehicle traffic obstructions and serious environmental pollution along those routes and adjoining streets. The spokesperson said that a two-day night raid led by the agency's chairman, Adetayo Akerele, a chief superintendent of police, was carried out when the traders erected makeshift shops and placed barricades on parts of the road, causing traffic impediments. Abdurrahim noted that the suspects also flouted the state's laid-down environmental laws through indiscriminate disposal of waste and solid materials into the gutters in the area. The National Orientation Agency, NOA, wants the people of Jigawa State to be vigilant and heed to safety measures to mitigate flooding. The NOA director in the state, Ahmed Ibrahim, said in a statement in Dutse that a call was imperative going by the National Flood Early Warning Systems, which indicated that the state is likely to experience a downpour in the coming weeks. Ibrahim identified human activities as major contributors to climate change, including perennial floods that led to displacement, loss of life and property across the country. The Fuse Center of the Federal Ministry of Environment's report on flood prediction indicates that heavy rainfall may lead to flood in Mega, Rigim, Adejia and Dutse. There's also a report of potential failure of a Tiga Dam in Kano, as a result of which excessive rainfalls might affect a lot of communities and towns in Jigawa State. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Edo, says its office is calling on young female voters to be ambassadors of the commission ahead of a September 21 governorship election in the state. The state resident electoral commissioner, Dr. ENUGU Onoha, made the call in Benin at a one-day awareness creation for young female voters to actively participate in the election. Onoha said that as ambassadors of the commission, they were critical stakeholders who should sensitize their peers, parents and acquaintances to shun violence and not engage in vote buying or selling. He also urged them to sensitize the electorate on the need to vote for candidates that they thought could bring development to the state. The REC, however, assured that INEC will conduct the election in line with the mission and vision of its mandate to conduct free, fair and credible elections. Earlier, Victoria Eta Messi, Director, Gender Relations, INEC, said that statistics showed that more males voted in the 2023 general election than the females, saying the awareness campaign was part of efforts to ensure that they understood their rights and the power of their votes. Still to come, CBN raises interest rate to 26.75% amid surging inflation. EFCC's inability to file court processes stalls hearing in Kwankwaso's fundamental rights suit. Stay with us. country as a major factor why Nigerians, especially the youths, are leaving the country in droves. Uche, who was a guest on Signature Morning on Tuesday, said many Nigerians were unable to withstand the present excruciating economic situations, believe that things will be better for them outside the shores of the country. He listed other factors fueling what is now described as a Japa syndrome to include poor standard of education and health facilities and basic needs, as well as a state of insecurity in the country.
But again, security reasons, that's another aspect. At some point, we'll notice that people are being kidnapped. Just with, as in, anytime you just, there was one that happened very close to me. I was just driving and I saw people running. And then I parked by the side because, of course, I need to secure myself. And the next thing I saw, a man was actually bundled into his car, bundled into another car. And the car parked there for a long time before his people came and picked the car. But again, security reasons, that's another aspect. At some point, we'll notice that people are being kidnapped. Just with, as in, anytime you just, there was one that happened very close to me. I was just driving and I saw people running. And then I parked by the side because, of course, I need to secure myself. And the next thing I saw, a man was actually bundled into his car, bundled into another car. And the car parked there for a long time before his people came and picked the car.
The Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria has increased the benchmark lending rate to 27.65%. The hike in the monetary policy rate was disclosed by the governor of the CBN, Olayemi Cardoso, at the end of a 296th MPC meeting in Abuja on Tuesday. The rate was raised to 26.25% in May. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the headline inflation increased by 0.24% relative to the May 2024 headline inflation rate, which was 33.95%. On a year-on-year basis, the headline inflation rate was 11.40% points higher than that of June 2023, 22.79%. The CBN governor has repeatedly maintained that the MPC members were committed to price stability and were willing to keep it tightening until inflation is tamed. The inability of Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to file processes before a Kano High Court on Tuesday stalled hearing in a fundamental rights suit filed by Dr. Rabiu Kwakwanso and 7 others. The other applicants are the New Nigeria's People's Party, NNPP, Dr. Ajuji Ahmed, Dikbo Alayanko, Ahmed Balewa, Chief Clement Anele, Folashade Aliyu, and Buba Galadima. When the matter came up for hearing, counsel to the EFCC, Idris Ibrahim Haruna, told the court that he was not ready and sought for an adjournment to enable him to file responses. Responding counsel to the applicants, Robert Horn, told the court that he was ready to proceed with the hearing. He urged the court to dismiss the application by the EFCC counsel seeking for an adjournment for not giving the court a genuine reason for not filing their responses. He urged the court to adjourn the case for definite hearing. Justice Yusuf Obade ordered the EFCC counsel to file its responses and adjourn the matter to October 24 for definite hearing. The court had on June 10 granted an interim order stopping the EFCC from arresting Kwakwanso and the 7 respondents. Pro- and anti-government protesters clashed on Tuesday in Nairobi, Kenya's capital, and were dispersed by police tear gas. Businesses were closed as police guarded key points, including Parliament. Kenya's President William Ruto reinstated several cabinet members on Friday after he had missed them a week ago. This is to form a new government that is said will respond to the grievances of the protesters. The country's chief minister said Kenya has submitted an economic repair plan to the International Monetary Fund, and it expects the fund's board to review it for approval at a meeting at the end of August. Young people started protesting across the country against a proposed finance bill that will see sharp tax hikes in June this year. The protests have grown into a larger spate of protest action against Ruto's government. The protests have resulted in more than 50 deaths since it started in mid-June and left Ruto caught between pressure from lenders to pay down high debts and a public reeling from high cost of living. British radical Islamist preacher Anjan Choudhury, whose followers have been linked to numerous plots across the world, was convicted of terrorism offences after a trial in a London court on Tuesday. Prosecutors said Choudhury directed a Mujahideen, which was banned as a terrorist organization more than a decade ago, and encouraged others to support the group, which Choudhury denied. Choudhury, 57, was found guilty of directing a terrorist organization and addressing meeting to encourage support for a proscribed organization after a trial at Woodwick Crown Court. Was Britain's most high-profile Islamic preacher, Choudhury was previously imprisoned in Britain in 2016 for encouraging support for Islamic State before being released in 2018 after serving half of his 5.5-year sentence. Authorities in Madagascar are initiating targeted measures, including investing in more durable infrastructure to withstand severe weather to help local communities tide over unrelenting cyclones that have battered the country in recent years. In Madagascar's northern Sava region, the remnants of Cyclone Gemen, which hit the island 4 months ago, are still visible. Houses have been patched up hurriedly with makeshift materials, while many residents are still reeling from economic losses. The mountain challenges have made locals resilient in the face of adversity as they adapt to the erratic weather patterns by planting flood-resistant crops to ensure food security. Madagascar has cyclones mainly between the months of November and April every year. Cyclones bring heavy rains, strong winds and flooding, leading to extensive damage to infrastructure, homes and agriculture. Leaders in Sava have started several initiatives to help communities better cope with the cyclones. The road to recovery and adaptation may seem long, but many people are hopeful they can still weather the storm. More to come. New Estonian minister says his country will support Ukraine until victory is achieved. India increases taxes on equity investments and lowers fiscal deficit target. Stay tuned. Russia on Tuesday described the European Union plan to use interest earned on frozen Russian assets to fund military aid to Ukraine as theft, saying it will take legal action against anyone involved in the decision. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told reporters that such thievish actions cannot remain without reciprocity, insisting that the money is not only essentially stolen, but would also be spent on the purchase of weapons. EU's top diplomat Joseph Borrell on Monday said that the first tranche of 1.4 billion euros in military aid for Ukraine, taken from proceeds earned on frozen Russian assets, were made in early August. After President Vladimir Putin sent troops into Ukraine in 2022, United States and its allies prohibited transactions with Russia's central bank and finance ministry, blocking around $300 billion of sovereign Russian assets in the West. European Union countries are taking the interest earned on those frozen assets, essentially bonds and other types of securities, in which the Russian central bank had invested and putting them into an EU fund which were used to help Ukraine. The EU expects the assets to yield about 15 to 20 billion euros, about 16 to 22 billion dollars in profits by 2027. Putin says the West unleashed what he calls as an economic war against Russia, but has touted both the resilience of the Russian economy, which grew 3.6% last year, and the failure of sanctions to stop Russian trade. The Kremlin has repeatedly said that any seizure of its assets will go against all the principles of free markets which the West proclaims, and it would undermine confidence in the U.S. Russian forces said it shot down 163 Ukraine drones in the past 24 hours, while Ukraine said it repelled multiple Russian attacks, according to the latest battle reports released by the two countries. Russian Ministry of Defense said Russian forces destroyed Ukraine tanks, armored vehicles, and self-propelled artillery. The ministry said Russian air defense also shot down 163 Ukraine drones, 3 U.S.-made tactical arms. Prime Minister of Estonia, Kristen Michal, says the new Estonian government will support Ukraine until it achieves victory, continuing the path of his predecessor. For the 9-year-old, Michal would replace Kaja Kallas, who recently resigned to become the European Union Foreign Policy Chief. Disclosed this in an interview after taking his oath of office on Tuesday. Michael said the government of Baltic nation of 1.4 million people could seek to raise about 1 billion euros to purchase ammunition under a plan that will be hashed out by September. Educated as a lawyer, Michal has spent his career climbing up the ranks of the Reform Party since 1996. He first entered Parliament in 2004 and has led the Justice Ministry, Economy Ministry, and most recently, Climate Ministry. The Indian government on Tuesday lowered its fiscal deficit target to 4.9% of GDP for the financial year ending March 2025 from 5.1% in the interim budget in February. It is surplus transfer from a central bank and robust tax revenue. The fiscal target was part of India's federal budget announced on Tuesday by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. The target signals the government's intention to remain fiscally prudent despite expectations it may ramp up spending on welfare programs following a weaker than anticipated election victory for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's alliance in June. A lower fiscal deficit will boost foreign investor sentiment and improve India's chances of a sovereign rating update as it brings the country closer to its goal of narrowing the deficit to below 4.5% GDP by fiscal year 2025-2026. A corporate tax rate for foreign companies was cut to 35% from 40% to attract investment. The Indian government raised the tax rate for equity investment held for less than 1 year to 20% from 15%, and for shares held for more than 12 months to 15.5% from 10%. Indian equities hovered near the flat mark on Tuesday, with the Indian stocks initially dropped as much as 1.5%, and the rupee hovered near season's low of 83.71%. The dollar, as traders reacted to tax hikes on equities and derivatives trading. Since March 2020, the index has soared more than 200% due to increased trading in the derivatives market.
The full year and beyond in this budget, we particularly focus on employment, skilling, MSMEs, and the middle class. I am happy to announce the Prime Minister's package of 5 schemes and initiatives to facilitate employment, skilling, and other opportunities for 4.1 crore youth over a 5-year period. We will endeavour to maintain strong fiscal support for infrastructure over the next 5 years, in conjunction with imperatives of other priorities and fiscal consolidation. This year, I have provided 11,11,111 crore rupees for capital expenditure. This would be 3.4% of our GDP. Short-term gains on certain financial assets shall henceforth attract a tax rate of 20%, while that on all other financial assets and all non-financial assets shall continue to attract the applicable tax rate. Long-term gains on all financial and non-financial assets, on the other hand, will attract a tax rate of 12.5%.
A senior Palestinian representative has praised China for brokering an intra-Palestinian reconciliation agreement, stressing that the mediation process was smooth sailing thanks to China's unrelenting efforts. Mustafa Baghouti, Secretary General of the Palestinian National Initiative (PNI) party, on Tuesday commended China on the sidelines of a closing ceremony of a reconciliation dialogue among representatives of Palestinian factions in Beijing. At the invitation of Chinese side, high-level representatives of 14 Palestinian factions held a reconciliation dialogue in Beijing from July 21 to 23, and the Palestinian factions inked a declaration on ending division and strengthening unity. The event marked the first time when 14 Palestinian factions have gathered in Beijing for reconciliation dialogue, bringing precious hope to the suffering Palestinian people. As one of China's emerging industries, the country's domestic service sector now has a scale exceeding 1.1 trillion yuan, or 150 billion US dollars. This was disclosed by an official of the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security at a press briefing in Beijing on Tuesday. The figure was released along with information on China's new professions. In late May, the ministry released information on the 19 newly added professions, including network anchor, generative AI system application specialist, cultural and creative product planning, and operations engineer, intelligent manufacturing system operations, and maintenance administrator, and bioengineering technician. Half of the new professions are labeled as digital professions, and a number of those related to green industries are growing. New professions in the domestic service industry have been diversifying, the ministry said. In the next step, the ministry, by improving professional standard system and increasing vocational skill training, will help the domestic service industry make solid progress in professionalizing its workers. European leagues and FIRO Europe will jointly file a complaint to EU antitrust regulators against FIFA's international match calendar, the sports organization and players union said on Tuesday. The two bodies said the international match calendar is now beyond saturation and has become unsustainable for national leagues, as well as a risk for health of players. They also alleged that FIFA's decisions over the last years have repeatedly favored its own competitions and commercial interests and neglected its responsibilities as a governing body. The complaint would explain that FIFA's conduct infringes EU competition law and notably constitutes an abuse of dominance. FIFA holds a dual role as both the global regulator of football and a competition organizer, which is said creates a conflict of interest. Taiwan sent Navy vessels out to sea and conducted takeoff and landing exercises on Monday at the start of the annual Hankyuan and War Games, which this year aimed to be as close as possible to actual combat with no script and simulating how to repel a Chinese attack. China, which views democratically governed Taiwan as its territory, has been staging regular exercises around the island for 4 years to pressure Taipei to accept Beijing's claim of sovereignty, despite Taiwan's strong objections. Taiwan's drills this year have cancelled elements that were mostly for show, like scripted firepower displays, while there will be intensified nighttime exercises and practicing how to operate with severed command lines. The 5-day war games will be happening in conjunction with the Wanam Civil Defense drills, where streets of major cities are evacuated for half an hour during a simulated Chinese missile attack, and test warning alarms will sound on mobile phones. Taiwan's President Lai Ching-te, who says only the Taiwanese people can decide their future, has repeatedly offered talks but been rebuffed. The American team said on Monday that the four-time NBA champion LeBron James will be Team USA's male flag bearer at the opening ceremony of the Paris Olympics on June 26. The two-time Olympic gold medalist, aged 39, will be participating in his fourth Olympics. He won a vote by U.S. athletes, and speaking at news conferences on Monday, Kevin Williams and Allyson Gibson both praised the basketball player. His female counterpart would also carry the flag on a barge, along with boats carrying all other teams down the River Seine in front of 300,000 spectators, will be announced on Tuesday. That's the news this hour. I am Barikumo Ado. Thanks for watching.
Hello, and welcome to Uncommon Conversation.
This beautiful day. It's Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. My name is Charles. Welcome to Signature Morning.
And I'm Chomalina John.
All right, so protests, as a matter of fact, is a legitimate way of showing your grievances against what's going on, about a particular situation that you are in, whether it is protests within your community or protests within the school environment or even protests around the country. There are actually legitimate ways of putting across a grievance, or maybe even saying thank you to what has happened. I mean, it's very important that it is peaceful, because there have been words on the street about this pending protest that is due for 1st of August all the way till 10th. A whole lot of people are out talking about this protest, from activists to civil society organizations, and even, government, personalities. Some are buying into it, some are, taking themselves out of it, and some others as well are saying that this protest is needed for, the government of the day to know and to feel the pulse of the people. So to whatever extent that you are trying to be part of it, I wish that it's all peaceful, because that's very important. We don't want a situation where we retract back to what we used to have, the NSAS. We know that it started peacefully and then it dovetailed into chaos. So I'm sure that's the reason why governments are, are a little bit skeptical about these protests. So it's very important that everyone, take this into cognizance before getting to the streets to do anything.
Yes, Charles, I believe what you said is key. It's important. However, I believe many Nigerians will question what you just said, because I know during NSAS it was peaceful, and they were all seated in a peaceful manner. And everybody, if the cameras that covered it, it was very peaceful until they were attacked. So people would ask, peaceful protest, there is still an attack, an ambush, kind of battle sort of protest. Maybe we should just try it, So whether it's peaceful, we're actually soliciting or talking to the government, not begging them, that what dialogue should work. People should actually feel that they hear them, they listen to what they're saying, So, and for me, that should be first. But hey, whether it's peaceful, I want a peaceful country.
Right. Well, I don't know where you were during the NSAS campaign, but in some parts of the country, we know there were destructions. In ENUGU, for instance, there were actual destructions. Nobody shot at them in ENUGU. Nobody chased them in ENUGU. Oh. People went about destroying things in ENUGU state. So you can use that during the NSAS protests. During that NSAS protest.
I wasn't in Enugu. I was in another city.
Yeah, but again, the one you're probably talking about is the one in Lagos. In Lagos, yes, they were situated at the toll gates.
Yes.
And then, there was this group of army that came and started shooting sporadically in the air. There's this back and forth about it. But I'm just saying, basically, that whatever protest that's going to happen, let it be peaceful.
Yes.
Very, very important.
Very important, because that actually promotes a peaceful nation.
Right. We're headed for a short break. We'll be back afterwards for the headlines on our dailies this morning. Do stay with us.
It's important to know that places like Gombe, Kaduna, Abuja, Warri do say it's going to have a rainy day today. It's still the signature morning. Now we're diving in straight to the newspaper headlines. And first on our newspaper headline is the Daily Telegraph. And just above the mast, Nigerians' GDP likely to lose $122 billion in 1 year.
Max Air loses 4 tires about takeoff. That's quite scary.
Very. And the one that scares the most now is eating from dustbins, now luxury. Address cries of Nigerians, NLC tells Tinubu. And the rider says, I think, can we say it? We move on.
All right. We will deal with you like ghosts. ENUGU security agencies warn stay-at-home promoters.
And reps begin probe of adulterated fuel.
All right, that's it on the New Telegraph. We're moving over to the Daily Independence newspaper. On that newspaper, aviation fuel at 1,550 naira per litre holds back sector, pushes fares sky high.
And on hardship, NLC president advises Tinubu on how to avert proposed protests. I pray they listen.
That's on page 29, and I'm just wondering how it's going to look like. These guys are really faceless. They don't have a leader.
Yes.
You know, to say, okay, we're calling you for some sort of dialogue so that we can listen to your grievances and then act upon them. But it does look like they don't even have any leader at all.
And even when the government said that they already know their leaders, I think they're just trying to. But the truth is, like you said, these are people you don't know. So it's better to address whatever it is that would prohibit.
Do you think that the government knows the leaders? Because based on the statement released by Bayo Onanuga, who is presidential spokesperson,
yes, okay,
it does look like they don't know.
They don't, absolutely don't know, because you know I see them trying to grapple on anything to make it work. But like the NLC is advising on how to avert proposed protests. You know, take the country out of hardship. You can imagine what we read in the Telegraph. Eating from dustbin, now luxury. Wow.
It's crazy. Federal government, okay.
Federal government brokers peace as Lokbobiri meets Dangote, NMDPRA, NUPRC, and NMPCL. NMPCL, yes. That's on page 29.
Yeah, this issue has been in the front burner for some days now. Dangote, as rich as he is, as mighty as he is, one of the richest men on the planet, is complaining about Nigeria's business, environment. It's madness. I really don't understand what the situation is, but I just hope that they give him what he wants. I mean, we haven't had our refineries work in this country for God knows how long. And then there's someone who has built a refinery who would actually make our fuel prices to drop. And then we still have people who are frustrating him.
You know, there is something he said some weeks ago, quoting him. He said, import dependence is equivalent to importing poverty, exporting jobs. He also said, no power, no growth, no prosperity. Another thing he added, no affordable financing, no growth, no prosperity, no industrialization without protection. He said, these are the things that will bring insecurity, banditry, kidnapping, and abject poverty in the land.
Absolutely. Well, I just hope that that meeting would give them the opportunity to, take those particular spots that he's been complaining about, so that we can have some breathing space, really. All right, we're moving over to the Punch newspaper this morning. On the Punch, just above the mast, windfall tax. Federal government insists on sanctions for defaulting bank chiefs.
And on for a crisis, marketers project 700 billion naira monthly subsidy. The rider has it, the NNPC mom. As dealers insist government still paying subsidy. Reps probe crude shortage. Dangote eyes foreign markets for refinery products. Federal government meets Kyari Dangote over dispute.
Organized private sector opposes fresh interest rate hike.
And Nigeria records $1 billion international transfer inflows in 3 months.
Well, I don't know whether it's a good thing, but so if you have more inflows from diasporans, it means there are more people suffering in Nigeria. That's what it means.
This is not funny, Charles, even though we're laughing, but it ain't funny. Still on the punch, oh, you can imagine. Hunger protests. NLC warns against clampdown.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that happen. NLC is asking the government to come around and discuss with these people. But I've also seen individuals threaten security agencies. I mean, if anything happens on the street when you go to protest, for crying out loud, the security agencies are the ones that are actually going to basically save you or protect you. So I wonder why you are threatening security agents. Some of them are saying that the security agencies must not be used to intimidate protesters. Some are also saying that we're going to make sure we fish out whoever, tries to touch anyone when they go out to protest. So I wonder if you are threatening a security agent or agencies on these issues. I wonder where you run to when something happens. What if fights breaks out? Why you
What's
go
the
and
underlying tone? What made the person threaten?
Well, based on the trajectory, you know how it goes. Some security agents would want to do some overbearing things. They just go about trying to clamp down on people, trying to do the bid of their masters. They tend to scare you away, shoot in the air, throw tear gas. So they are warning that if anything happens to any protester, they're going to fish out the security agent even to his hometown and make sure that they take away everybody. So that's a threat that some of those people were putting out.
Charles, I guess we will leave that for when we start reviewing. But there is one of the very headlines we have is immigration officer, 3 others arraigned for drug trafficking.
Mastermind of Abuja General's murder nabbed in Kano.
Igalo's candidacy upheld, Shaibu fined 1 million naira.
Okay, moving over to the Nation newspaper. On the Nation this morning, Edun, why banks should pay levy on forex windfall.
And moving over to the Guardian. The Guardian. Over 30,000 jobs lost to closure of manufacturing firms in 4 years.
Federal government, Dangote, NNPC meet, explore solutions to refinery and crude crisis.
Planned protests. NLC NANS. Others insist government must address hunger hardship.
GDP ranking. It's been 9 years of retrogression. Obi laments.
Moving over to Daily Trust. Minister intervenes in Dangote, NNPC, NMD, PRA, NUPRC brawl.
Well, it's actually a brawl. The Daily Times this morning, federal government assures of proper utilization of 6.2 trillion naira additional budgetary expenditure.
Address again, NLC to Tinubu, address public grievances amid looming national protest. The rider has it says, urges president to invite protest organizers for dialogue. Tinubu traditional religious leaders caution youths against planned protests. But who are they inviting? Organizers of faceless organizers. So
but I hope when they invite them, they would not arrest them.
Like the guy they are invited down from the mast, he was to commit suicide, and they begged him, please come down, Nigeria is going to be better. As he got down, they arrested him. Oh God.
I'm wondering, look, somebody was ready to take away their lives. And then the best thing you could do is to arrest them. I mean, what are you arresting them for? Well, though it's a crime. It's a crime to attempt suicide.
Yes.
The suicide itself is not a crime.
Well, isn't it funny?
Yeah,
honestly, at this point, I'm not even laughing.
The thing is, you cannot arrest someone who has committed suicide because you can't arrest a dead man. But the attempt.
We should try and arrest the dead man. You can, what's it called? Seize the body. Whatever that means. Well, reps to sanction agencies, coys over alleged $60 billion inflated cash calls.
Again, court dismisses Abacha family's 500 million naira suit against federal government over Abuja property.
And consumers shun bread pastries as prices continue to soar. That's on page 10.
Well, she's a lover of bread. I really don't know. How much is bread now?
You said I'm a lover. I prefer to bake myself, but
okay, but I mean, I've seen you eat bread these days.
Yes, yes, I do.
So how much is a loaf of bread now?
It depends. It actually
okay, so
depends.
What was the amount you bought the last one?
1/4. That's for like the coconut bread. I just like 4 bun or something like that.
Okay, no problem. Anyways, we're done with the headlines on the dailies. We are headed over to the reviews, and Mr. Chris Maduga has joined us. Good to have you. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Charles. And good morning, Choma.
Good morning.
Well, quite a handful of stories you have this morning to look at. I hope we have enough time.
We're hoping so, but let's just start off with the hardship and hunger and the protest that is looming.
The looming protest is top on the agenda. It's top burner. And there are so many different stories from different newspapers. But the fact remains that Nigerians want to go on the street. And I heard when you're talking to Chioma, this is a country you don't even have a right to kill yourself. So it reminds me of a book written by Wole Soyinka. That book is called Opera Warriors. Opera Warriors is a drama where a village, there was so much hardship, and the old man said, I'll commit suicide. And they said, if you commit suicide, we'll kill you, we arrest you. He said, is it after or before? And he said, in a country, he has gotten to that stage that if I want to die, you stop me. You know, it's a serious issue, and we're just trying to put a human face to it, but Nigerians are suffering, and I keep saying it's gotten to that point. And now let's link it to what the NLC said, that it's now luxury even to eat from the dustbin. From which dustbin do we have dustbins again? When people are eating everything. I used an example where I've just cleaned up a room that we used to dump so many things, because in search of what to eat, we started clearing where we used to pack things. And some of things we felt that they are not eatable. Because people consume everything. We want to go and dump it at the dump site near. If you park your car to bring a dustbin for your boot, you see how Nigerians will rush you? It what became to me, I shedded tears, and I said, has it gotten to this? You know, initially, it's if you put plastics and things like that, they will segregate these things and then take plastics. Now it's everything, even rags. Nigerians are salvaging rags to wear. You wonder some of things, you think it's only mad people that go and scavenge. Ask Nigerians, and then it's serious. Who will even allow you? At every dustbin, now they have a union of dustbin people who keep the dustbins and they're there. So it's a luxury to you to belong to a union, that because you just walk around and say you want to touch any dustbin, there are people already who are in charge, and you have to register. If you like, you become a member of NLC.
Oh.
You know, you have to register to be a member of a Nigerian Union of Dustbin Keepers and the markers, because what is left there is for them to keep surveillance cameras when people come to drop things, and that's sad and a very serious issue. What do we say? The federal government have so much on their hands, and instead of going through propaganda and using I accuse you accuse me to solve the problem, it's actually causing more trouble for us, because, like you said, invite people. And the thing is becoming taking human face even as they plan. There are some people who have come out to say, and they are putting off adverts. on newspapers, on social handles, and they have security.
Even on TV.
When they have sued Facebook for $200 million, they don't know who people who are placing advert on them. They know how to track. There's no more like it used to be when you said they're fake. The people, this looming protests have already gotten a human face.
So is it about even suing them or addressing the issue? Because suing them, if you sue the person,
it's not about suing.
Another person,
you can never. If that is like I've said on this program, using Cameroon pepper to cure madness, it's a double wahala for dead body. Like you all said, they keep saying negotiate with them. The elders advise negotiate, talk to these people. So instead of using propaganda and start blaming, you blame Pat Tommy, you blame Peter Obi. If care is not taken, you blame even me, and look for Charles or Roma. You know, you go around blaming people. Somebody told me this is a country where there is a problem. You know, it's a great problem that will consume us. They were speaking of Igbo and collecting money, and somebody sit down, call himself Onanuga, and say he's PA to president of media and publicity or whatever he calls his name. Or is it to write a long note to president on people to blame? And he says he's doing work, and at the end of the month, he collects salary. And he thinks by doing this, pointing hands, that's how we solve the problem of the day of rage that is coming. How many days do we have to do it? If the Nigeria is counting down, then it's Mike Ejaga that is trending with his music, Go Go Gongo. Played one music, they say, he called his children, said the tortoise called his 3 children. How many things will something happen to you before you learn the lesson? The first one 3 times. He gave that one a big conk on the head and said, get away. When the second one said, it happened to me once, Daddy, I will learn my lesson. He hugged him and said, it happened to Nigeria before with NSAIS. And we are now speaking Oyibo on this, blaming people. Instead of trying to solve this problem, I bet you, if what happened in recent past happen, and continue in the recent or remote future, Nigeria will not come out of it. So the best thing is not to keep, because blaming is even is prompting rage. And they say the day of rage, somebody is preparing for the day he will show you that he's annoyed with to exhibit that energy of rage, and you're not causing more. I mean, like somebody. You push them to the point of saying, okay, we are saying you did this. Yes. You are now wanting to dare us and say, what can you do? And some supporters of P2B has gone to the newspapers and saying, arrest P2B. I mean, Onanuga should arrange his men to go and arrest P2B to stop the day of rage.
But
and the man has not even reacted to his he has never in his life associated with anything. Now the funniest thing is that I don't want this to sound tribalistic, and God forbid that some people will show who is an activist and the leader of his own political side has come openly supporting Day of Rage, and nobody has talked about him. He's a very son of the soil, a good son that can be hugged and all he said. And you point hand across. Even some of our brothers and sisters across the divide have said, what is the fault of an Igbo man? I didn't come here to defend Igbo people. They didn't pay me to. I am a Nigerian, and I have always believed in one Nigeria. But when some things happen for too long, it begins to make it a question. Is this since 90 million Nigerians cannot be wrong? It used to be NTA, our cherished NTA tagline. He said 90 million Nigerians cannot be wrong. So join them to watch NTA.
Again, how much of protest really works? Because if you look at the trajectory of protests, let's go back to during Goodluck Jonathan's time in 2012, where they had the protest about the fuel price hike. Even though Goodluck Jonathan retracted, he didn't go back to the original amount, but there was a reduction.
And you
that's
one.
No, hold on. Then we come down to the most recent, which was huge, NSAS. The reason for that NSAS was because of police brutality. Has that been solved?
it was SARS was cancelled.
Council was cancelled.
If they have come back with it
No,
from the
no.
I mean,
if NSAS, then there's a police brutality. Have police brutality stopped?
now, what would have you only
No,
God
I-
knows
I-
where it would have gotten
been-
to
I
if
think
that
it-
thing
it
did,
reduced
because it got
to
to
a
the
reasonable
point.
extent.
It got to the point if people who are really corrupt and satanic that are bringing Nigeria a bad name, find themselves in police force, that they find you and look at you, you look like you are doing well, and they have a laptop going to work, and they say, this one, come down. They take you, force you to an ATM and clear all your accounts or call your parents to, and if you don't do that, they notice a lot of cash on you and you are killed.
That
and
still
they bury
happens
it.
today. That
I'm
still
not
happens
saying it
today.
doesn't.
So that has
and,
reduced.
So
That's
But it still
now,
happens.
if they do,
I mean, is it reduction or
the rate,
total
what we say,
eradication?
the rate it may have, and these people were fighting that. We're not saying that we no sin in this world. Only said, let our sin, let our goodness measure more, so that if we put it on the weight, let the goodness of Nigerians go this way, so that we can have face, at least face to face God, and say, God, our sins are not too many.
You know, Mr.
Please forgive
Maduka,
us.
on the protest, because I remember there is something that P2B recently answered, I think it may be called a reply. He said something about, rather than fabricating lies, you and your paymaster should listen to the cries of the poor who cannot afford medicine and who are uncertain about their next meal. He also went ahead to say, pay attention to the voices of reason from individuals and institutions that emphasize the plight of our citizens. The bottom line, he said, let us unite in building a nation where everyone can thrive. You know, this is amidst the many other things he would have said. So why are, saying this protest, no protest? What we are advocating is for a peaceful Nigeria, and I believe that we could get that done.
In a more democratic society, protest is a human right.
Yes.
You say you cannot beat a child and say, do not cry. It's double wahala. Then let the child cry out vent out the, and then even in nations of venting out the anger, certain things that are underlying that pent up anger within the child you can see. Because the issue of Nigerians, you have anger that is now topmost, but that's not all that issue Nigeria has. He said even the issue of police brutality has not stopped. Injustice in Nigeria has not stopped. What do you call it? Discrimination and ethnicity and all those things have not stopped. Has Nigeria come to equity and equality with clean hands? Has it come to politics of where the winner takes it all and everybody waits until their own time? And some people do not have that kind of equity, a kind of background where you're giving all tribes in Nigeria that equity, not even equality. We are Nigerians, so that has given us equality. But they put all Nigerians in that step of equality.
Yes.
Some people might not smell being the president of Nigeria in all their life of being in Nigeria. So it's only equity that can help us all have that sense of being Nigerians.
Right. So the other issue is Dangote meeting with the federal government to basically thrash out all the issues that it's having with the departments of petroleum services and the NNPC. You have seen the interview that he has had over the past few days. I mean, for someone of that nature, of that magnitude, to be crying about his business, I mean, you wonder what an ordinary man who is down MNA Road, trying to fix one or two things is really crying about.
His Dangote's case is a rumble in the royal house. The rich has also begun to cry. I describe it as some love lost among the people that really handle the affairs of Nigeria. There is so many rumors about water, but I noticed that for Dangote to leave up, the northern part of Nigeria, to go to Lagos, to put up a refinery, state-of-the-art refinery, where he buried so much dollars, and then a Lagos that our President Tinubu, you know, was former governor and resides there as Omoile.
Amonile.
Amonile. That's good. Thank you for correcting me. And then, at this point, this is happening. We are now. It is just smoke screen. We have not seen what happened. That's all I noticed, that there must be at the point where he lost, with some love lost between him and the power that be in Lagos. But it will be sorted out over time. Now, what happens? We as that is now that Dangote is crying out loud.
But do you think it's between him and the powers that be in Lagos, or between him and some of the powers?
It's beyond, it may be between the power that control Lagos, because power that control anything outside Lagos also control Lagos. So it's an extension. So if that happens, and if I'm your guy and said Charles is coming to your house, when he comes, let him wait at the gate until I come. Or keep him at the gate and delay him. Did I hear you say, yes, sir? That means you also answer to me before you answer to Charles. Meaning somebody, you're taking orders from somewhere. And that is the issue. But whatever is happening here, Dangote has thrived over the years on business of monopoly. The Nigerian government has supported him. But at this point, it's just a waste of time, because you saw it coming. The best thing is to allow him a free entry into the market, let him sell, because this oil and gas
but it's not even a
is
monopoly.
our bloodline.
It's not even a monopoly,
Yes.
because I mean there are other refineries that
know,
the government
but
has
they're not
refused
working.
to even fix.
And they're not
Whose
working.
fault is it? Is
Now
it Dangote's fault?
they are using now, because they've seen where this man is going, and they're now using, there are some statements they make. I think along the line of this program, we're going to bring experts who talk on oil and gas, because before I bite my tongue.
But there's an international angle to it. You could imagine someone who is an international investor watching what's going on. How do you think it would affect the person's input?
He said I was warned not to invest that much in Nigeria.
His friends are laughing at him.
He wept. Now, if we said Dangote wept, so you can imagine people like us what we do. Now, if he can put that, it's actually sad and it's disheartening for him doing this in Nigeria, and he believes that at this point, whatever he's doing, in as much as he was smiling home, he has done business. And it's at that point, after doing this massive investment, that the people are putting clogs at the wheel of his progress. It is not, let's be very frank. If you never wanted him to do that, why not stop it at the beginning?
So, Mr. Maduka, shouldn't this sprout a challenge in the minds or spirit of the government to renovate and, put our refineries, I mean the country's refineries, make it a state of the art as well? This is Dangote, an individual. Instead of fighting him, shouldn't it propel us to put ours in order?
I listened to a Nigerian, call him the common president. He visited that place, and he recorded a viral video that is making